Hey, what is up, squad? Tito Boards is now up, live, and running. We are good now, I think. How are you guys today? Sorry. How are your day? Have you seen all the updates right now in game? Like, we have a ton of updates right now that I want to talk with you guys about. So, yeah, just hang on with me today. Hang out with us today. And we're going to individually focus on each of the events. Maybe some of them are, well, complicated, maybe. Sorry for my voice. But anyway, so, yeah, so this is the start of the new events. We have the Stellar Dynasty right now instead of the Stellar Glory. So we're going to talk about that in a bit. But yeah, I want to know what you guys are doing today. How are you guys? So we have a running poll right now regarding the migration because they changed again some of the rules and we're going to talk about it also. Honestly speaking, there are a lot of things added right now, like in the castle facilities, like the new dynasty, um, Stellar Dynasty, sorry. And then yeah, the regarding the also the migration event, there are also some parts that they have changed. They have given us some announcements already, but just give me a minute and we're going to start on it. But if you guys have any questions or anything you want to talk about or want me to focus on, just leave it all in the stream or in the chat and we're going to talk and discuss about it. So I have like a 2-3 hours window, I think, today. But after this, I'm going to I think when the video is available, I'm going to download it and re-upload it for other players who are or who have other languages like our Indonesian friends, Koreans, our Spanish friends and everything, or everyone that's actually watching the videos. So yeah, because some of them really were asking if we could do a stream with a simultaneous dub, but I don't know how to do it. Although I would research or ask someone maybe for help regarding that matter, but I'm not sure if it's doable like that. The only thing that I know of is after every stream, I can do the languages, set up the titles, and everything mostly. So yeah, I do it all by myself. So I do the edits, I do the postings, I do the recordings, everything. So I don't have any editor though. Even the thumbnails in the videos, everything. I do everything in the channel. But yeah. Anyway, hey Jed, how are you doing? Second page of castle facility, please. Okay. All right. Since Jed is too eager about that one, maybe let's start with that. So we're going to start this stream today with our information about the new castle facilities because they have released a teaser about this one, but they didn't really give us much information about it. And now that it's here, so yeah, we're going to start here. We have the training ground, and it adds like 1% of training speed per level, so you will end up at like level 10 at around 10% training speed extra. So it's like a kingdom boost if you're going to ask me. But if this is on top of the kingdom boost there, then it's going to be, I think, way better. Then we also have here the training hall, which increases your troop capacity or training capacity. Sorry, not troop capacity, but training capacity. So every time you train, there is a limit for each training for how many troops you can train. So training hall here will also include that one, but we also have this. If you have sorry, if you have checked it out, we also have that here, the training ground and training hall. So I don't think this is pretty much important in the early stages. So also emergency care here. We also have this one on the part 1. And then this one also. So yeah, but on the other part or latter part of this Newcastle facilities number 2, that's what I'm going to call it. So we have next the fortification yard, which is, well, wall durability, not really pretty much important. Also this one, gathering speed in the world. Do you always need that? Really, not not me for sure. But we also have here recruitment camp, which is, I think this is the one that is going to be a little bit important or can change something, but not drastically. To be honest, like 125 for 10 is like 1,120 or something like that. It isn't really that big, but it's still an additional, like, for example, some Krakens have fulfilled or maxed out all the themes for the day or for the event. I think this one will be something like that. When they max out something, they will get like 750 and extra. Now this time around, everyone is going to have a chance to actually do the troop capacity. Now, before we continue with this one, let me just show you what I have though. So I have not really been focusing on getting a lot of the technique points. But even though we are not focusing on the technique points, eventually we are actually earning technique points. Like this one, we have now 4,497, which I think is pretty cool. That we have saved up a lot of these technique points and haven't really used them up yet. But so I think we're going to postpone this one. And what my plan was to actually max out the might first, and then the strategy, and then go straight to all attributes. That was my plan. That is still my plan right now because I think that is pretty much important for me. Also, this one maybe I'm going to consider it, but it will take me a while because every points of this is like 1-4, so it's going to increase per level. Also, the other one, like Hall of Wisdom here, Hall of Defense, and Hall of Mastery. Now, for those few guys, I think if you haven't yet maxed out this one, like the Armament Enhancement or Tactician Evasion, Training Grounds, well, honestly speaking, the Training Grounds is pretty much important because you can actually get more training, more troops if you do that. But this is not really necessary. But I think the Armament Enhancement and Tactical Evasion is quite important to max out before you get to the next step. Also, this 3 here, I think is pretty much important before you go to the next step, which is stage 2 of the castle facilities. And then also the Citadel renovation. If you haven't yet maxed that out, you can actually also do it. Now, for the Hall of Power, Wisdom, Hall of Defense, and Hall of Mastery, I'm not really going to push you to max it out right away, because you can only get like 5 times 5 is 25 extra might, which is you can get this one from other sources, like for example your rings maybe, or something like that. It's for me 25 extra might is not that huge of an advantage, unlike if you have, for example, moved after you finish this 5 here that I have mentioned, like the Armament Enhancement, Tactical Evasion, Armory. You can see that's an attack. armor depot, that is defense, pretty much important. Also, especially your health, because I think health is pretty much one of the most important part of that one, and the citadel renovation. So those are the, I think, one of the best parts here that you need to max out before you move on to the second part of the castle facilities. Now, as I've said, this is first the only thing for now, since we haven't yet go further here, that I think you should get. But as I've said, I always say this: do not max out everything until you open it up. So make sure you open up everything first, especially the shelter here, before you max out something. Do not max out everything right away because you're going to impede your progress. You're not going to move that way. Um, Next up, we have here the Hollow Power. Okay, so once you level up your recruitment to 5, you can now open the Hollow Power here, which is another might. But you can see here how much might you can get from this one. Hero's Might 0 to 1. That for me is not that much, right? It's not that much. And then the technique points is way higher. So if you're going to ask me, I'm not sure if you want to get this before the Hollow Power on the first stage, because the first stage Hollow Power will give you 5 extra hero might, and on the second one you will only get like 1. It's not pretty much big of a deal for me. So I think these are only fillers, like extra, once you have finished up on the first one. But I'm not going to ask you guys to finish off the side parts here, like the architect's workshop. Building speed is pretty much important, yes. Research speed is pretty much important, yes, also. And then this one also. Now you will only need to choose between, if you want to um, get to here, to the recruitment camp, before you go back to your first castle facilities. Which, as I've said, these 5 are pretty much important to me because we always have. I'm a fighting type of player. I always want to fight. So these 5 are important for me. But for you guys who have been missing some of the speed ups and everything, you want to go ahead and make sure you have enough speed ups, you can use the architect's workshop here, research workshop, forge workshop. But if you're a battle player like me, like I always fight during the wars and everything like that, so I need these 5 here. These are for me important. Now, as I've said, the Hall of Power here, Hall of Wisdom, Hall of Defense, Hall of Mastery has way higher levels or amount of the might, strategy, defense, and stats. So also, the other one here, let us check first, because this is the first time I have also opened this up. This also isn't really that much until you get to let's say 20 levels, like 0.5 per each part. So also here you can see they split already the parts wherein for example, you're a swordsman, a pikeman, cavalry, and an archer. Now the problem here is that, for example, you are using 2 different lineup, like I'm a swords plus a cavalry. So you cannot open this, I think, unless you have both cavalry vigor here, or vigor, and archer's vigor to open up the armor depot. That's what I think is bad about this one. Also here, the armory is quite different. So I don't know if it's wise that they have split everything here, and then you can only open up the armory here if you get the swordsman and pikeman. But we don't know yet because it's not opened yet. It doesn't have any requirements on it like this one. But for me, if this is the case, this is pretty much not good, to be honest. Because this is like splitting your resources. Like you only get like a few technique points every now and then, and saving up like how much I have right now takes me a while to do that. But is it really that important to get this amount of let's say um attributes or bonuses right off the bat. For me, no. I don't think you need this right away. But can they open it right away? It will take this one is like 4 months. The shelter to open up. This one takes like 2 months to open up. So we still have time to get some of this in check. And also to decide on what route you want to go. But yeah, point 0.5 for each of this one is actually, to me, pushing it. So for me, this is not your priority, to be honest. You can though make a case that you want to open the recruitment camp and get the camps level here so that you have extra troop capacity. I can support that, to be honest. But the other ones, like this one, if you open this up and only get like 1 point of might, is that really relevant for us to actually open this up right away? For me, no. For me, just focus first on all the castle facilities one. Although some players for sure, the Krakens and Whales have already maxed this out. That is for sure. Some of the Krakens for sure have maxed this out already and they are ready for this one. But will it do them any huge advantage? Like 1,000 extra troop capacity at the end of this one, like 1,250. Well, that's like, let's say um red one red gem of troop capacity. Is it really that huge of an advantage? If they already have this one, will it change anything? What do you guys think? Will it change anything if they have everything here maxed out for the Krakens and Whale? Just here, because the others are still not opened up yet. Is it time to panic for the free-to-play players, low spenders? I don't think so. But I'm not saying this is good though. Because the distribution of the swordsman, for example, right here. The distribution of the swordsman, the pikemen, the cavalry, and the archers, they made it like the research, something like that. So they made this castle facility like a research, but with only a few advancement per level. So for me, you don't need to worry about this one. Just let it stay here for a while and don't focus on it, because there are more attributes, skills, and benefits if you focus first on the first castle facilities. Because looking at the second castle facilities, it's only like a distraction. They're, for me, like they're giving away the second castle facilities for the Krakens and Whales to have something to work on. Because for them, they already have a maxed out castle facilities, number one. And on the number two, they can use their castle facilities or technique points to open the number two. And I think it's wise that they have made the others locked first, and especially the shelter here. To be honest, and as I've said, you don't really need to rush this one. You don't really need to go this far, because the first one is way more important for me, in my opinion. Especially if you are like well, some of the free to play players I know already have some of this one, like they have already finished like the armory, armor depot, and shelter max out. And then the only thing they don't have max out yet are this three here that I have, and some of also the parts here after the renovation. But most of my free-to-play player friends already have 5 Citadel renovation. They already have been starting somewhere here, armory, armor depot, shelter, because that is pretty much important for me. Then training grounds, armament enhancement, tactical evasion, and training hall, really. So actually, honestly speaking, I should have not used like extra mercenary camp here, but I really needed one or two of them to use for my troops. So if not, I could have maxed the training hall out right away and then move on to the hall of power or hall of wisdom. So for me, yes, the second part here is not really that for me important, but there are parts here that I don't really like they split investments here, and the amounts of investment are pretty high right now for me, just in my opinion. But I think the only wise thing that I can say that they have done here is that they have um, this some of this still locked, and this is like 4 months, 4 months, uh, in order for some players maybe so that they can still catch up though. Because honestly speaking, there is not that much right now to go around here to really focus this, especially if you're a free-to-play player, low spender. You don't really need to worry about this one. These are not like major upgrades right away, and it will really not tip any balance at all, to be honest. Like if what we're talking about is balance though, the thing that I always look at is, will this change the balance between the players who is fighting the same powered players as them, and versus the Krakens that is fighting Krakens also. So I think there's still going to be categories like that wherein how we deal with the fights during the wars and everything. But this is pretty much not that big of a deal, especially with the point 0.5, only one might for each. So if you finish this up, this is like 10 might if the progression is the same. Even in the strategy, the whole of defense, even the armor and everything, then 0.5 each will give you like 10, let's say. 10%, it's gonna be big. But the question is, they cannot actually max this out right away. And there is a limit for technique points even for Krakens per week. There is a limit wherein you can purchase technique points per week. So I don't think it's going to be a huge panic or cause any huge panic for everyone. So right now for me, just focus on your goals right now in the castle facilities number 1, and then get what you need done. And for me, as I've said, free-to-play players, low spenders, it's also important to get the building speed ups here, the research speeds here, and the forging speed is not important for me. So only these two. Then, as I've said, the 3 parts here: armory, armory push shelter. And then for me as a fighter, as a battle-tested fighter, I always want to get merits. So I get or maxed out the armament and tactical evasion, and then of course training grounds for extra training speeds, because training T8s really is a pain in the ass. And I think I'm also going to get the other one, which is this one, another speeds. But if I max this out, it will take me a while also. But I think I'm going to get to at least 5 first to unlock this. And yeah, I think the recruitment camp is just extra for me right now. But until everything is unlocked, I think that's the time I can do another video about this and give you my opinion about how I think this will tip the balance. But right now, I don't see any tipping of the balance between what we already have. Because let's face it, we cannot really fight the whales or the krakens, whatever we do. The only thing that we can actually do and focus on is what we can control at the moment, and that is our priorities when it comes to the castle facilities. So I don't think that you need to panic or maybe worry about the things that's happening in the castle facilities, because if you are going to look at it, it's not that much of a deal right now. Maybe it will come a time that it will be a huge deal if there is already someone who maxed that out that is not a kraken, maybe a whale, or someone that you have been fighting with before and now they are maxed out on this one. But for me, it's not a huge deal, especially now that the krakens are split up. Like we have already added some krakens in our server because of the merger, and in the migration, I think we need to be like, better, in my opinion. So yeah, I mean, I think the migration will also play a huge part on the balance of power, because I'm sure that not everyone is happy with what happened on the merger, because to be honest, there are a lot of servers that are not really supposed to be that strong, and there are servers that should not have been really that weak. I think the the pickings on the groupings are actually not that great, and yeah, we're going to see what happens during the migration, and if there are news regarding the um, power change, maybe on the servers. Maybe we can I may do some videos about it, or maybe I just can post it on our YouTube or Facebook. But anyway, guys, I want to know what you think about the castle facilities, because I want to know your feedback about this. What do you think as a free-to-play player? What do you think as a low spender, mid spenders, about having a castle facility number 2? Let's read some of the comments or chat right now. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Sneaky, as always. Now, welcome to the stream, our regular viewer, Mr. Sneaky. Let's welcome him to the stream. Okay, let me just check. Hang on, guys. Sorry. So, too many things to upgrade. FPS got no chance playing this game. Unseen, you are wrong, to be honest. If you're going to check the castle facility number 2, there is actually a lot of things there that you shouldn't be worried about. It's not that big, to be honest, especially that they have a cap size right now. They still locked it. And there are days wherein you can actually get it. So for me, you don't really need to worry about the castle facility number 2. The scaling of the power there per level isn't really that big to be worried about. That's what I think. That's what I think. The new castle facility 3, I will only go until troop capacity and max rest first. That is what I was saying, Vortex. That is right. That is correct. And as I've said, focus first on the castle facility 1. Don't get yourself distracted on the castle facility number 2. It is not that important right now. Focus on the first one. Get everything you need here, especially Architect's Workshop, Research Workshop. And the Holo Power here, Wisdom and Defense, is way better than the castle facility number 2. Here you can get 5 mites per level on the power or Holo Power. There on the castle facility number 2, you can only get 1. So you don't need to focus that. Focus this. Give your 100% attention to this. It's made, I think this castle facility 2 is made for Krakens and whales to have something to use for their technique points. And for us, it's made like and it's given us like a distraction, to be honest. That's how I think about this. But yeah, you notice they didn't advertise the addition to castle tech tree. They know everyone worn out from all pay-to-win mechanics and just silently brought it in. Well, actually, there has been hints about this. They also have there were leaks also about this one. But yeah, I didn't know that they will give this to us right now. But as you can see, most of the castle facilities number 2 is still locked. The next one to open is actually in 2 months. And the last part will open in 4 months. So do we really need to worry? For me right now, you don't. Especially with the amount of increase on the bonuses. The attributes, I don't think you need to worry right now. Especially that this won't really change the gap between Krakens and us. Like for example, me, I'm a mid spender. It won't really make me superhuman or super player, super powered player if they get this, or I did get this before them. Would it change anything? For me, no. As long as this won't change the gameplay mechanics, like fighting during IC rallies, that's the only thing that I'm really worried about. If this Krakens will be able to always kill the rally, that's what I'm actually worried about. But beyond that, that's actually, I think, part of the game progress. But I think this is too early to introduce. But still, I think the safe thing to say is at least they have like capped it out for about a few months to open it, to open the majority of the castle facility too. But I think it's too premature to be introducing this one. But as I've said, maybe they made this one so that the Krakens may have somewhere to place their technique points. Cities will get it first day. Yeah, as you can see, you cannot really max it out. They are locked until minimum 2 months, and then the last part is 4 months. So, well, even if he max out everything that is open, it doesn't really have a huge difference with what he already have, because it's cities or citesi, whatever, however you wanna pronounce his name. It will really not change anything. Before this happened, we cannot touch him, and after this happened, we still cannot touch him. As long as I've said, if there are still chances for players to be in a rally and be very significant or do significant value or contribution to the fights, as long as they cannot swarm the rally and we don't have anything to get from it, I think we are still safe. Hello, Grids. Welcome to the stream. Just avoid the Krakens in the open field. Yes, Vortex. You will always have a choice to fight someone that is on your level. To be honest, that's actually what you should do. And honestly speaking, we're going to talk about later some of the other stuff that is related to fighting in the DD, because they have changed something that maybe you guys should be aware of. Hi Tito, do you have any good gem suggestion for Jugilayang? I'm using Ram, Theo, and Jugi. Okay. I'm going to share with you Rizal in a bit after the castle facility things. Then mine only shows castle facility 1. Have you updated your mobile or your game? Need to be TC 35. Oh, okay. Yeah, really? Is it in the recruitment? I'm going to double check that one. You need to be TC 35 in order for you to unlock this one, Mr. Sticky? I'm not sure though. I'm not sure. But I will double check that one though. I will double check that one. Okay, thanks. I'm just short of TC 35. Oh. 185 out of 350. Is it on your castle facilities, Mr. Sneaky? The Stellar Dynasty isn't as tedious as Stellar Glory. Well, actually, to be honest, I want to talk about that in a bit, but I really love how they did it. And I will explain to you why it is free-to-play player's paradise. Isn't Citesi a her? I don't know. I haven't really met him or her. So maybe I can just address to Citesi as them or they. Okay. So I think it's all about the castle facilities right now. I have given you the things that you need to focus on in the castle facility number 1. I have given you my opinion on the castle facility number 2, and I don't really know if it will change something really, to be honest. But as I've said, it for me, the number 1 thing is that it was made as for Krakens and Will to have their technique points to go somewhere else. And number 2 is to distract, or maybe they didn't really intend to distract us, but it's a huge distraction, to be honest, to have a castle facility 2, because some players are going to be, wow, there's no another castle facility number 2. It's a pay to win scenario again. But let's face it, guys. There is always going to be a pay to win scenario in the game, but this is not a huge deal, to be honest, in my opinion, right now. Just right now. Unless we see something change. Like before, when something happened to the rallies and we cannot really do a regular rally wherein some krakens can actually just swarm in the rallies and we cannot do something about it. But luckily they changed something from the rallies and we can now stand as one also in the rally. Even if we are swarmed, we can still get a good chunk of points and merits and still be alive in the rally. Even with IC being swarmed, we experienced it before last time in the DD, and I think there was a huge change also. And if there's something that's going to happen that will tip the balance, that is actually tipping the balance. What happened there during the rallies and everything, when they introduced the T8. But they have adjusted it, and hopefully if there is something that will tip the balance like that, that should be what we're going to be worried about, and we're going to protest, do something about it, suggest something to improve the gap between that one if that happens again. So I think that's the only time that we're going to panic. But right now, no, nothing really should nothing to worry about, guys. So this is just made as a distraction, unintentionally, I think, for us, to be honest. But as I've said, focus on your goal. Focus on the first castle facilities because this is pretty much more important than castle facility number 2. So okay, I think that's it about the castle facilities, and then we're going to move on to our next one. Just give me a minute, guys. I'm just going to get some water. Hello, welcome. We are back. Sorry about that. Okay, questions? Alright, we have is Cyrus Barbarossa, Roland viable, or should we go for Mansa instead of Barbarossa? You need to go with Mansa, I think. I think that's going to be the play there. I'm sorry, but to be honest, after testing everything in the Pioneer server, it's sad to say about this about Barbarossa, but I also am using Barbarossa still right now, and I think I will have to wait for a while in order for me to get Roland because I'm going to focus on my main march. But yeah, for me, I think Barbarossa right now is being replaced by either Mansa or Roland if you don't have Mansa, but he is going to be replaced. And then if you have Blood, that will be even better. For me, I think this meta, because metas are changing, you know. Before, the meta was for me, Barbarossa with Cyrus and Mansa is better than typically adding Blood and removing Barbarossa. For other players, they like Blood versus Barbarossa. I think they like it because of the damage and everything. When they sorry, when they have like 1v1 in the field, of course they're going to get a lot of kills and still be alive in the field. But to be honest, you will get more merits, more points, more kills if you have a Barbarossa, because every time someone attacks you, your secondary signature skill will actually not secondary, but your second skill or your signature skill will actually trigger another heal, giving you in the process, in the longevity of the fight, you will get more points, more merits, more kills, and less deaths, to be honest. That's why everybody loves Barbarossa. Who really is a pike user, they will love Barbarossa because of that. And honestly, I'm one of the players who are actually pushing Barbarossa to everybody. If you have seen my videos about pikemen, I favor Barbarossa more than Vlad. But this time around, we're going to see what happens in the meta. I still favor healing, but based on the data also. I think some of the content creators also will back me on this regarding Vlad with Roland better with Cyrus than with Mansa and Roland in Cyrus. But this is yet to be tested in the field, and everything will change, of course, once we are in real fights and real scenarios, especially on like major events. So just stay tuned on that one, because if ever that there will be better data on these fights, of course we're going to talk about it. Do you know how the new matchmaking would work? Try to search it but can't find it anywhere. Like, can rank 40 match rank 1 in Dynasty, for example, in GE, MGE, etc. Um, Honestly speaking, I don't have yet an idea, but based on what they said, that Stellar Dynasty is actually whoever is in the Stellar Dynasty is going to be matched up on which power they are currently at. Not necessarily going to be matched up with the low powered kingdoms or whatnot, but they're going to match it up based on the rankings. Like, for example, top 10, top 20, something like that. But overall, in totality, the eras can now, whoever are in your Stellar Dynasty, whoever eras are there, like for example, what do we have here? Can I still see the eras that are available in our Stellar Dynasty? Okay, let's say we have how many eras are here? Let me just check. Because the thing is with the eras. Uh-huh. Okay, I think this is it. Okay. So here we have 92 eras, right? So they said that whoever is in your Stellar Dynasty, sorry, whoever is in the Stellar Dynasty, you will be able to jump or migrate from one server to another as long as they are in your Stellar Dynasty. That's actually the thing. You can move whichever dynasty you want as long as you have the go signal or maybe the approval of the kingdom or the era that you're going to transfer to. And with that sense in mind, I think it's going to be um, if either it's not going to be free for all when it comes to the matchmaking, I think they will consider ranks. Like for example, right now, I think they are already checking out the ranks right now so that they can possibly do a better matchmaking. I think, like for example, we have 10 here, or if it's not 10, whatever ranks they're going to cut it out. Because based on what they have here on the rules, I think they have already mentioned that one, like but give me a minute. We're going to talk about that in a second. Okay. It's just my third March. Try to build my pikes bit this season. Right now, it's Cyrus, Barbarossa, and Mansa. If it's just your third March, maybe you can just open up your Roland right now. Just open him up. You don't need to focus on him because for me, honestly speaking, you need to be focused on just one march unless you're a Kraken. Even whales, bro. Even whales only have like one or two true marches. They have one or two true marches because it's really hard to max out one march and then yet you have three. Honestly, I have like three also, but I only focused on one or two marches. Yeah, so that's it. For those of you guys who are here on chat, don't forget to give us like, and so that the algorithm could help us spread our stream with other players, maybe who are interested in our topics for today. So we have discussion. So don't feel free to message in the chat or leave your chat, and we're going to talk about anything that you want to talk about in the chat. I'm going to try to answer everything because I want to have like a discussion type of live stream right now, wherein we're going to have a Q&A. Every question you have, anything that is on your mind, your opinions or whatnot, we're going to talk about it. Anyway, now what else do we have today that I think would be very important? So before we continue with the Stellar Dynasty, there is also another one that I want to talk about, which is the announcements for the adjustments on the migration. Because honestly speaking, the migration right now is quite different. And they said that they're going to, if you have watched our video yesterday, we also had a discussion about this one, but they already released an official announcement again today. So that's why we are going to talk about it in this stream. And I want you guys to be the first one to know about the updates. Okay. So I'm just randomly farming right now. So I have been asking a lot of things here from the devs or from the support here, and I'm going to reveal to you guys some of my questions. But yeah, I think let's focus here first. Okay, let's go here. It's not really easy to do this, but yeah, I hope you can read this one, guys. But anyway, let's go. So this one is the new season and migration event preview. So we have yesterday another live stream, but it's regarding the pre-announcement of our migration. But this time around, I think this is kind of official because in the content creators chat, we have already mentioned some of the concerns that we have that is missing from yesterday's announcement, and hopefully they did include it already. Sorry, include it already here on the event preview. So the castle facility expansion, we already have talked about this, and then giving you even more ways to go. Okay, so here is what Mr. Sneaky was saying. Governors with Citadel 35 can unlock these features. Okay, so unless you are 35, you cannot unlock yet castle facility number 2. But as I've said in our previous video, or in our previous topic, do you really need to worry regarding the castle facility number 2? In my honest opinion, no. You don't really need to worry about it. And we have here special notes for Empire servers. Okay, Empire 288 and 349, who I think some of the players felt left out, to be honest, because they have been responding to my posts. They are commenting in Facebook and YouTube and then asking for their servers. What happened to our servers? But anyway, I think they have something here for us. So Empire servers will participate in Stellar Dynasty. Okay, congratulations. But this is independently and will not be matched with ERA server. I think it's a good thing that they won't be matched with the ERA servers because we have a bit of advantage when it comes to age. Well, really not age, but the age of the game, okay? Experience. But anyway, we also have here the mightiest governor ranking rewards for ERA servers will be increased. And then while Empire servers will remain unchanged for the time being. Okay, so here's the change. We are now having top 50 in the MGE, and then we're going to talk about it also after this one. Then the castle facility extensions for Empire servers will be unlocked. During the second Stellar Dynasty season. Castle facility extensions for Empire servers. Okay, I got it now. After the second Stellar, so they will have it on their third Dynasty season. So yeah, for now, they don't really need to worry about it. They have a little bit of advantage for us because 2 Stellar Dynasty is about roughly 3 months because every Stellar Dynasty is around 5 to 7 weeks. So 3 months plus once they open it, they have like, let's say 30 days in order for them to open up some of the parts of the castle facilities number 2 or second castle facilities, and then also as I've said earlier, we have like 120 days for the last part of the castle facilities, which is 4 months. And I think it's a neat thing that they have added that one. We have also here migration event preview. As power across the Empire's continent continue to intertwine and expand, Catherine will be the first to bring you the inside scoop on migration. Inside scoop, you're like a reporter. But anyway, we have here migration event is open to Era 1 up to Era 92 and Empire 288, Empire 394. So regarding the migration, as I've said, they said earlier that the scope of the migration will never be in groups anymore. As long as you are in the same Stellar Dynasty, like the eras, so we are in the same Stellar Dynasty, you can jump from whichever empire or era you want. Sorry, not empire, but era. And the only thing that in my head right now that is a question is, what if we don't have are all the eras right now have the same server seasons? Like for example, do we have the same season 7 heroes right now? Like even in the era 92, for example, the 287 server, the 287 server, are they already in the season 6, or sorry, season 7 hero pools? If they're going to migrate from their era to another era that has all of the other heroes open, I think that's a disadvantage. But I'm not sure about this one though until we have something really solid or concrete to really say that it happened. But if you guys experience this one, or you are in the latter part of the eras, like for example, you are in 287 or Empire 287, and then you are in an era, and can you clarify that your server has which hero or which season? And then we have migration stages here. This migration event includes 4 stages: pre-event, migration preview, migration application, and free migration. Now, stage 1. Did they really change anything after the announcement yesterday? During this stage, this is April 30. During this stage, governors can review the criteria for selecting Empire administrators. By default, the Empire Administrator role is assigned to the leader of the alliance with the highest power on the server. Okay? Governors who do not wish to take on this role can opt out during the pre-event stage. So this is the time that you need to opt out, April 30. By temporarily leaving their alliance. Oh! Okay, alright. So the governor with the Empire Administrator role is assigned to the leader of the alliance. Okay, the leader. Why not just not be the leader? Why do you need to go out of the alliance? I mean, just assign the alliance leader who wants to be the administrator. Why do you need to get out of the alliance though? Another one. Once the pre-event stage ends, the candidate is confirmed and no further changes can be made. Throughout this stage, you can check the current Empire Administrator candidate status in the Empire Administrator candidate interface. So we also have here stage 2, migration preview. During this stage, the governor's historical power for this event is locked in, and Empire administrators may edit their Empire announcement. Power limits can no longer be changed at this point. So to be honest, right now, I think it's a pretty good decision to remove the power limits from the hands of the administrator. Okay? Hopefully, they can use these power limits to the advantage of the other players or other servers that are really looking for fair amount of players who can add to their strength. Because there are servers that are really active that wants to be fighting on the rankings, but they don't have as much krakens or whales as other servers. And if this is true, and if they are going to really commit to this, that they're going to organize this stuff it's going to be good for every player. But if they are not going to do this right, and they're going to be lazy on how they do this, I think it's going to be chaotic, to be honest. Just I that is just my opinion. They have the power now. I mean, the I don't know who has the power on this, on who will decide. But if ever who that is, of course it's not the administrators anymore. It's not their job anymore to actually limit the power or adjust the power that they can actually accept. But whoever uh, has this power bestowed upon them, I hope that they will be fair and will do their job right. Okay? Because that's what we need. Okay, we have here next the migration chat channel opens. Okay, governors interested in migrating can contact administrators of their favored empires in advance to expedite the approval of their migration applications during the migration application stage. Okay, given. Next, what do we have here? Okay, they are actually now this is actually for the Stellar Dynasty. Okay, so how to unlock? Servers that meet certain launch time requirements will have their Stellar Glory Reason mode upgraded to Stellar Dynasty Season mode. On April 27th, okay, so it's today, Stellar Dynasty officially launches for the first wave. Sorry, this is just for us and Empires 288 to 349. So 350 and later Empires, well, you just have to wait for a little bit longer. Begin the new season. Stellar Dynasty unfolds across the three stellar stages: Start of a Dynasty, Dynasty Expedition, and Apex Dynasty. Upon entering the season, all kingdoms automatically receive the starting dynasty level, the Dawn of Dynasty, which is the green one. Okay? In the new season, you will fight alongside your kingdom to conquer the Stellar Dynasty. Alright. Throughout the season, though, kingdoms must work together to complete dynasty achievements, earning dynasty points, and competing for kingdom rankings. Now, at the end of each stage, hear me out, level changes are settled at the end of each stage, not the end of Stellar Dynasty. Each stage, okay? So we have 3 stages. Okay, settled based on kingdom rankings and dynasty points accumulated. All right. Now, so you're not going to ask anymore about this one, okay? So it says at the end of each stage, the level changes are settled. Level changes are settled, okay? At the end of each stage, not the whole Stellar Dynasty. Now, dynasty levels begin at the initial rank of Dawn and advance through 7 tiers, culminating in Immortal. The higher the level, the more generous the rewards granted to all kingdom members. Now, dynasty achievements. Governor who complete dynasty achievements earn dynasty contributions, which can be exchanged for rewards. I'm going to show this to you guys in a bit, because I have already finished some of them up. When the kingdom completes dynasty achievements, all members benefit from the resulting dynasty contributions, which also can help the kingdom accumulate dynasty points and advance in levels. So you can see here we have first personal and kingdom rewards. Here, I'm going to show you this to you in a bit, but it's on a different language. So, yeah. We're going to move on here. Upon entering the Apex Dynasty stage, which is the second stage, the top 8 kingdoms in the Dynasty division will face up on an unprecedented competition. Okay, so this is actually, I think, one of the questions earlier, that how are we going to actually get ahead of the fights during the Stellar Dynasty? So I think they are cutting it out for 8 servers or 8 kingdoms per division. So here we have the first 8 kingdoms. As I've said earlier, they're going to do it by ranking, which is, I think this is what it is. So by ranking, so 8 kingdoms. And then after that one, the next 8, I think, then the next 8, the next 8 until we get the last era. So I think that's how they will really have divided the power, wherein you can actually get to fight alongside with for example, you are in the top 8, so all of that will have the ability to fight for the 8 kingdoms, and then the other ones I think will have to face up with their respected levels or rankings. That's what I think. But this is a championship though. It's quite different, I think, from the other one. But it's yet to be here. But once it's here, for sure we're going to have something to talk about again. But we're going to revisit this one or this topic after we have finished some of the early stages of the rankings. After the first stage and before the start of the Apex Dynasty stage, for sure they're going to show the rankings, and they will tell everyone or announce what will go down. So we have here also the new Dynasty store, fully upgraded rewards. I think, as I've said, the free to play player, low spender or mid spender, whatever, will have a really good time here as long as you love to grind. Gone before are the era or the age wherein you just left your golden elephants, like for example your golden guardians, idle because you already finished with the points for the day. No, 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 because you knew or you know that every guardian will give you the golden elephant coins, whatever it is, the golden coins here. And even if you finish already the points for your guardian for the day, there are still some chests that gives the golden coins, wherein you can use those golden coins here to exchange for contribution points. And that is going to be pretty important now. You are not just going to rely on how much points you can get from killing the guardians, but rather you would want to settle on the maximum amount of chests that you can get for this golden coins. Unlike before, when you finish, some players do this, like me, I am guilty of this one. When I finished off the golden guardians, and there's still, I know there's still coins out there to get. Sometimes I don't really get it anymore because I'm that lazy. Sometimes I do have the tendencies to be lazy like that. But right now, if you're a free-to-play player, a low spender, you just need to think of something in order for you to get more of this chest with the golden coins, because you need that. As you can see there, one piece of that golden coin is equal to one piece of the contribution points. And the minimum here, as you can see, is 30 per 1 hour of speed ups. And in one chest, you can get almost 100. So that's 3 hours of, let's say, any speed ups here that is available, right? And more and more and more rewards in the coming levels, depending on how much you already have or how many levels you already have covered here on your Stellar Dynasty. I'm going to show that to you in a bit. Next one we have here. Okay. All right. Oh, this one is quite bigger. Administrator permission. All right. We have the Emperor administrator can edit their Emperor announcements during the migration preview stage and review applications from those wishing to migrate. I think this is already given. Number 2 is during this migration event, the leader of the alliance with the highest power on this server at the end of the pre-event stage will be assigned Empire Administrator. I think we already have mentioned this one also. I think this is redundant. But anyway, during the migration event, a king may also migrate. Alright, that's a good thing. And new king-specific reminders have been added to guide the process. You know what? I feel sorry for the kingdoms wherein their kings will migrate. For example, they have the Celestial Sovereign. You're the king, your empire won, for example, but you want to migrate. Or maybe you were the king because you did well in the fights, but you are not really, like, for example, part of the leadership, or because you just you are like one of the biggest krakens in the event or in the server, and then you got the Celestial Sovereign team, and all the benefits of the buffs. And then eventually, you will leave the server. I think that is that is not a good thing, to be honest with you. But well, it's still, if they're going to though prevent the king or whoever from migrating, that is going to be against free will, right? Because they want to move out. But still, for me, I just want to say that I feel sorry for the servers that are going to be left out if their king, for example, had the celestial sovereign theme, and that for example, they are kraken, so they're losing a kraken, number one, and the second one is their kraken will walk out of their server with the celestial sovereign theme, which is, for the competing servers, are really hard to get, honestly speaking, because we had like only four four of those in like a year and a half. That's how hard it is to get for the competing servers. But anyway, I think I'm just saying this to you guys so that you will be aware. And actually, that is my opinion about this one. But anyway, we also have here, once the original king migrates, the alliance leader who occupied the imperial city will automatically become the new king. And all privileges of the previous king will be declared as resigned to the new one. They said privileges, right? Not the rewards, right? Am I right? Am I right? Is the privileges part, or the celestial sovereign rewards part of the privilege? Is that it? I'm not sure about this one though, but I'm going to ask Catherine about this. Anyway, we have migration pass. A lot of players are going to ask this one because it's migration time, baby. And migration pass is always important to know how much, how many you need in order for you to migrate. Alright, so migration requires migration passes. The higher your power range, the more migration passes you will need. Now, how to obtain the migration passes though? Apart from purchasing packs, which is going to be in the packs again, and it's quite expensive, honestly speaking. Like the previous migrations, it was an expensive, although I don't migrate really, but the purchasing packs, or purchasing packs, are really expensive when it comes to this migration pass, especially if you have a higher rank or a higher power. The higher power you have, the more expensive it is for you to really move out of the kingdom. So a certain number of migration passes will be given to you for free. How much is that? Each time the migration event is launched. How much is that? But I think I have some before, because I don't really purchase migration passes. I will show you how much I have. And then migration requirements all must be met. To migrate to an empire with an available migration slots, you must meet the following requirements. Citadel reaches 28. Then Citadel not at war or has no marching troops outside. No wounded units await treatment or collection in the hospital. You are not a member of any alliance. You are not serving as the administrator for your current empire in the migration event. Now, we already have talked about how you can dodge the administration or being the administrator if you are an administrator. So you just move out as the leader of the best or the top alliance in the server. I don't think you need to move out of the alliance right away. You can just step down first, and then if ever you settled everything with your alliance, then you move out of the alliance. Then we have migration application stage. Your application has been approved by your favored empire administrator. So this is really where your communication will really help you out. Especially, we also have on the Discord channel of the game, we also have supports wherein you can actually see or get your hands on the chats and everything happening about migration there. You can check for yourself which servers are you going to go through. Also, there they are recruiting, they are asking players for help sometimes. And you can also do it in the game even without going to Discord. But in the game, you're only going to talk to certain peoples. But in the Discord servers, you can actually talk to actual people or the community itself that really isn't or that really doesn't have that much control on the migration process. But you, for example, you want to know more about the server, you can go to the Discord, and there are specific servers there wherein you can actually talk to some of the players from each individual servers. So notes, your migration will have the following effects. Resource and progress from purchases and top-ups will be retained, such as VIP, top-up events, progress, etc. All progress rewards from your current battle passes will be sent to you via mail. Now, this is the only problem, though. This is the only problem. If you purchase, because this is actually a looming question before, if you purchase the the Kingdom Horde, and you're just at 40, you will get the rewards, yes. But you are still just at 40, right? Um, it says it all progress rewards. So I think only rewards that you got, or is it like everything? Because last time I think there has been a case wherein not everything on the Kingdom Sword were given, only what the players have already got. Like for example, with what level he is at, those rewards were given. But if you have opened it up, like you pay for it, and then you only will get like 40. How about the other 40s? Because you paid for it, right? In order for you to get to the 80 levels. So that's actually the question of some players because it happened. It is a fact that it happened. Someone purchased the Kingdom Sword with real money and they only got like until what level they are in the Kingdom Sword. I think they should. I think they have already solved this case, but I hope it will not happen during this migration because it happened. It happened before. Okay, so next one we have your first top-up pack and Empire Glory pack purchase status will be reset after migration. We also have your Citadel's unprotected resources. Unprotected resources will only be retained up to your warehouse limit. Okay, so this was the question last time of one of our subscriber, I think, that is the other resources going to be saved up? Like they have, for example, they have 1 billion per resources. So the game is telling us here that they will only allow you to get the whatever resources you have in your warehouse limit. What if you have 1 billion saved up already and you don't really want to touch it? So you cannot use it up. It's going to be like in vain. It's going to be like disappear, something like that. So this is actually the question of the player. If ever you are on stream right now, I'm so sorry to bring you this bad news, but all your other resources outside your warehouse limit will be deemed forfeited, I think. Other personal development resources will be preserved, such as heroes, protected resources, etc. Your current citadel queue progress will be maintained, such as building queues, forging queues, etc. So yeah, I think that's the only bad news right now that we have seen here. And also the top up, that the battle pass that if you purchase it with real money, I don't know what will happen there, but we have a case before, but it was solved. Hopefully this will not be the case anymore. We also have here your gameplay progress will be preserved, such as island tactics, supply bounty, etc. Okay, the progress of all the events you currently participate in, which participate in will be reset, such as the Mightiest Governor, the Mightiest Empire, Stellar Glory. The progress of all events currently participate will be reset. Okay, I understand. I understand it now. Okay, please make sure to claim the rewards for the progress you have already completed. If those events are available in the new empire, you can participate again. Yes, but the progress is, I think it's safe to say if you are going to move out of the server, don't do any like progress yet here if it is not that important. But if it is important, you can, and there are enough rewards there, and you can get those rewards and then redo those rewards without any consequences, then do it. But if not, if there are going to be consequences and you cannot do it again, then maybe you need to wait to transfer first or migrate first before you do the quest. That's what I think. So based on the consequences is going to be your decision there, if you're going to do the quest before you move out, or you're going to do the quest after you move in to another server. Now, next up, we have if you've already completed Wonder Contest or Battle of Dawn registration before migration, you may not be able to participate in the new Empire's first instance of this event. Okay, so if you haven't yet done your first ever Dawn, Battle of Dawn and Wonder Contest, you can do it on the New Kingdom. But if you have finished it, I think it's a neat trick here, because sometimes this is what I was talking about also in the number 5. You can also do this without consequences, but now this there is a consequences here. So your rewards or your very first battles will already be saved up here. But anyway, your server mail will be cleared after all available rewards are automatically claimed. Okay. Your friend list, group chats, and private messages history will all be preserved. Now, that's a good thing. Now, we also have here, after completing migration during a migration event, you cannot migrate again until the next migration event. Additionally, to promote competitive balance and maintain a healthy game environment for the new season, eras and empires entering Stellar Dynasty will have migration events opened periodically. What I'm still not sure what periodically means, though. Let me just check. Periodically. Yeah, there is no such, like, let's say, timeline. When you say periodically, how long? This is actually one of the questions again that we have yesterday. How long actually does this periodically mean? Like, how long? Right? That's actually the question. How long do we need to wait before the next migration? They only say periodically, in line with season cycles. So another question is, what season? You mean Stellar Dynasty season or game server seasons? Because there are 2 seasons. Season of the Stellar Dynasty and season of the server. Please follow official announcement. This is actually what we're trying to clear up yesterday. I don't think that it was answered though, because they also said periodically. Still, they didn't give us how many days it is again for the next migration. Then what are we talking about here? Is this season of the server cycles, or maybe season of the dynasty or the dynasty season cycles? That's actually what is not clear, and I think it's not still clear for me, honestly, in my opinion. I'm going to ask this one on our other content creator friends, but for me, what do you guys think about this one, chat? Do you think that this is too vague or broad, wherein they use the word periodically and then the season? Because honestly speaking, I don't know what season they're talking about, like server or dynasty. That's actually the problem, especially the periodically. So maybe it's better if they said like 30 days or 60 days. There will be migration after 60 days. Or every 2 dynasty, Stellar Dynasty, every 2 Stellar Dynasty migration will open. Yeah, I think that's what they should have done. Like, give us the next so that we can anticipate the next migration. Because honestly speaking, migrating is not a cheap thing to do. Like, there are free migrations, yes, but for example, players who have been spending in the game maybe have the right to actually demand how long or how many times they actually want to demand how many times does this periodically means and how long they have to wait. Because some players prepare for this one. They don't just use their money and purchase everything or every migration passes right off the bat. Some of them really just prepares also, especially for their account. You know, it's going to be pretty good if you would know how long they have to wait until next migration. If they can actually give us like what they mean by periodically, how many days you have to wait, how many months, it will be really better. I think the community would appreciate it, especially those players who are really looking to migrate regularly, because there are players like that even in other games. There are players who migrate regularly, and sometimes they still cannot find where they fit in. And it will really help if we already know how many days or weeks or months we're going to wait for until the next migration, so that as early as now we can prepare. Or not me exactly, but I'm just now using the word we as the community. We have to wait regarding this. But anyway, I think that's about it for the announcements on the migration. If you have any questions or you want things to clarify, please leave them on chat. Or if you're watching this after the live stream is finished, kindly leave them all in the comments and we're going to talk about it. So yeah, what do you guys think about our current announcements on the migration and new events? Let's read some of the questions right now. So if you are now on stream, kindly give us a like and also leave your thoughts, opinions, or questions in the chat. And let's talk about this. Okay, I'm not talking about sleep time. What is that? Okay, hang on. I think I'm lost in the chat. Sorry, because I'm not paying attention for now. Like earlier. Okay, just give me a minute. I will just drink. Okay, chat. Let's see what you are cooking. What you are cooking. Anyway, let's move here. What did they say? What do you think about Shield canceled in the Desolate Desert? Oh, we're going to talk about that in a bit. I'm going to show you guys the announcement regarding that. And also another thing, they want more gun for dragons. Now, I'm going to talk about that in a bit. Wait, hang on. Just give me a few minutes to recuperate from my continuously speaking. But anyway, hang on. Just give me a bit. That's a good. So, citadels lose shield if flags breaks. You can put bots around it. But Krakens like Citesi will kill and zeroed everyone. This is can't be solved for this problem. So when you go sleep, move back to safe zone. Okay. I'm not talking about sleep time. Sorry guys, I'm just reading the chat right now. So Sangka says Sangkak? Okay. I'm not talking about sleep time. You know Stacy and other big Kraken zeroing other every moment, not just at sleep time, okay? This is stupidly solved. They will attack all citadels every moment, and many players will leave from the game for this stupid decision. Okay. Okay, then Vortex says, okay, then if the flag breaks, people can move to place where we can use shields. And Krakens who can take citadels hit can be close to flags. This will also help rally for fighting if strong players are close to the flag. Only Krakens will fight for flags. No matter no matter to close flags or away, they can't walk. But in my opinion, weak players shouldn't be close to fighting zone anyway. Strong players should have priority to prime spots. Now, well, this was implemented because those kids in S42 use bots. Exactly. Now, that is true. Okay, let's talk about it now, okay? Because I have prepared something regarding that matter so that most of the players here that we can all understand what's happening or what they're talking about. Just give me a minute. Okay, where is my Discord? Okay, let's move from here to our Discord here. Okay. Alright, so here it is. Okay, we're talking about now the new update on the Desolate Desert, I think. So it says here that, dear governors, to enhance our gaming experience, we have optimized several cross-server gameplay features and rules. Now, the details are as follows. Number one, optimize the relocation rules in some modes. Governors must now meet certain tower center levels requirements when relocating across servers or to cross server camps in Golden Expedition. Okay, what does this mean? Huh? Now, they say also here that the Mightiest Empire, Primordial Conflict, and Desolate Desert requirements gradually increases as the season stage progress. But honestly speaking, here, the first thing that will come into your mind is, why are they doing this? Why are they limiting only the levels for the relocation process or relocation rules? Sorry. Because as some of you have said in the chat right now, there are servers, I will not mention the server, but there are servers who are using low level cities and doing a lot of accounts and moving to places like, for example, in the desert. Let's say it's in the desert. Let's say it's in the desert. In order for them to take advantage of the field, what they're going to do is actually make this petty, low-level citadels and accounts, and use these citadels or these accounts in their well, to their advantage, which we call bots right now. Really, that's what we call it, because they are. So they use these accounts in order for them to get ahead of the places or positioning in the certain parts of the desolate desert. Okay? Okay, so there are not only one server who are using this. There are other servers that are using this. Okay? Now, this has been a huge problem, honestly, because there is that specific server that you're talking about, yeah? But also, since they have seen this in the live stream of our other friends, oh, they can do this. Oh, they also have adopted this, let's say, cheap trick, because it's a freaking cheap move to do this. This is not right, to be specific. This is smart, honestly speaking, smart. Yeah, but this doesn't really give you competition. Like, it, you will not be competitive this way. It is allowed because it's not in the rules before, but they are optimizing it this way. And for those of you guys who are, or who is blaming or looking for someone to blame why this is happening, why this change is happening, you know now why this is happening, and you know now where this is being used and why we actually need this, to be honest, if you are not aware of what is happening. And if you think that this is a case so that the Krakens can kill more free to play or low spenders, you are very, very wrong. Because this is made to actually counter Krakens who are using dummy accounts, as I will say it, or I will call it, using dummy accounts to actually use a spot in the map. Like, for example, you are in the DD, bro. You are in the DD. You are in the desolate desert. And you fucking saw a lot of citadels already that are just citadel level 10, citadel level 5, level 15, something like that. And they have already grouped up in the Tower of Rotation. They took all the spots, bro. How are you going to teleport near that place? Like, how? And then, because of the advantage that they have, all these freaking cities have already, what do you call this? They have already shielded up. What can you actually do? How can you compete? They shielded it up. And the worst case scenario is they're not doing this in the middle tower of rotation. They're going to do it in your own a tower of rotation near your freaking area. That is the bad part about this one. And you are not aware of this one because the timing, that's why they are called bots, you know? The timing is they will do this right off the bat as soon as the wall is down and the zone is open. You can't really do anything about it. And it's a huge disadvantage, really. And they're winning this way. This is a cheap trick. I'm sorry, guys, who have been using these tactics. I know you're smart, I know you're wise, but this is pretty much very. This is like a low blow in wrestling. This is pretty bad, to be honest. Like, I have already mentioned this one in maybe some of my live streams before, but I think all the players now would know how you do it because not all players are watching live streams regarding what happens here or not even aware of what is happening here. But I think now all the parts of the community will know how cheap players can go as low as they can. That's why they are number one. They are number two. They're in the top of the rankings. It's because they're doing this cheap trick. And really, to be honest, this is a huge step because it's hard to level your. For example, it's hard to level up a city to 30. You need to really grind it. And maybe they will pay someone to do it. But for example, like this one, they have adjusted this one. I think I'm going to show you the next one because the other details are in there. Okay. So here, the next one, number two statement, we have optimize the relocation rules for Desolate Desert. Relocating to non-alliance land within the King's left eye, King's right eye, or Eternal Realm zones will deactivate any peace shields. Okay? So these bots, these citadels that has been looming around being a past right now, to be honest, being a past is going to have a hard time doing it how they do it before. Why? Because they will pop their their bubbles once they move to these locations that I was referring to earlier. And if their bubbles are puffed, what's next? You can already attack them. They're not going to be strong. They're not going to be strong. You can get points from these pieces of shit. I'm going to just lay it out there. These pieces of shit that are using bots should not be allowed in this game, bro. This is a cheap trick. They're already dominating and they're using this cheap trick in order to dominate more. And this is actually the ones or one of the things that is actually ruining the game. If you're with me, you're going to understand why I'm pissed about this one. And to be honest, I've been really not saying anything about it before, but yeah, I think this is the great time or the best time to actually say something about this one because the community can actually really hear me out. Even if you pop up the bubbles, bro, even if you pop up the bubbles, you cannot pop up the bubbles, I think, right away. Because if there's going to be a time that they TP, they pop up the bubbles, and then they bubbled up again, I think there is these statements of optimizations from the developers or the game itself. It's going to be trash. All right. I think they have contingencies on this one. So let's read further more here, and then we're going to tackle that in a bit. So Eternal Souls will be deactivated. Peace Shield. Peace Shields also cannot be activated. As you can see here, Peace Shields cannot be activated while your citadel is on non-alliance land within these zones. As you can see, Rexter, you now know you cannot do this unless you are in an alliance zone or in alliance land. Okay? So they cannot pop their shields again. Alright? We're really... Yeah, but you can see here from this statement, if there is something wrong with this one, I think there will be a riot. And I'm one of the rioters because they already have stated here the facts that they have changed this one. They optimized this one. If they are not going to implement this right, there's going to be a riot. There's going to be a riot. Okay? They said here already that once they are not in the alliance land, they cannot puff another shield or pop another shield. So another one here, optimize the point acquisition rules in some models. In the Desolate Desert, a daily cap now applies to points earned solo through resource gather. Oh yeah, another one. This is another one because bots can actually do gathering, do normal tribe hunting, and completing exploration quest without fail every day. They can do that multiple times, continuously doing it. So I think having a daily cap for these things is making it like, or maybe setting it up in a controlled environment will be better, to be honest. Because as I've said, as long as there are a lot of freedom in the field like this one, like the having multiple resource gathering points and defeating tribes can actually hurt the game. And I think restricting some of this one with by having cap for the daily cap, sorry, that applies to these points will actually be good for everybody. Because if you face these servers, you will now have an assurance that you can actually battle them out without them having a huge advantage when it comes to the gathering, the defeating of tribes. Because these are the things. For example, these servers can actually be beaten, but because they have the advantage of being smart, too smart for their own good, that they have been using these bots and doing resource gathering, defeating tribes, they are even having even more advantage because of this one. But right now, I think other players that can take them down will now defeat this pesky servers. And completing exploration quest. Sorry. In the Golden Expedition, a daily cap now applies to points earned solo through resource gathering. Also, another one that you can actually do this by farming as a free to play player before. Like I think this is a neat thing that they have done here. I think this will do the game better. So another one, optimize the server point calculation rules in the Desolate Desert. The number of players whose points count towards their servers total has been adjusted. Okay, that's neat. It will now more accurately reflect the overall server participation. This is good. Especially now that we have three servers in one era, we have been merged. I think this is one way to actually have more trust inside the eras. And honestly speaking, these additions really makes me happy. it it will also make a lot of other servers happy, especially the servers who have experienced this piece of garbage from the other servers that I'm not going to mention as always. But this piece of garbage that they're doing with their pesky smart ass head that they're using bots with this one. I think the justice is going to be served. Still not served though. Still not served. Justice is going to be served. Whoever the servers were who have experienced this kind of beating from the servers who uses these fucking bots. What do you guys think about this, chat? What do you guys think about this update? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad? Or are you one of the players who have been using this advantage? I'm not going to judge you. Maybe that is actually the norm in your server or what. But I just want to get your thoughts, your perspective about this one. And what do you think? How do you think this will affect the future of the game? So I will leave this open for you guys. Just leave your comments, opinions, suggestions, recommendation, or whatever you're feeling about this topic in the chat right now. And let's talk about it. Also, if you are watching this from a video or a past live stream, maybe you can give us your opinion, thoughts, or recommendation, or whatever you feel also in the comments. And of course, being Tito Bods, I'm going to answer everything that you have put in the comments. But anyway, I think this topic is done for now. So what do you guys think, Vortex, Rexter, whoever is here? Rexter, lastly, Levi. Whoever is in chat right now, what do you guys think about this? What do you guys think? I'm really eager to know your thoughts because it's hard to actually have opinions on just a soul brain or soul head because we each of us have a very different opinion about stuff and things. But yeah, it will really help me a lot if you guys would give me also your attention on this one. Okay. So I think we have been finished with 3 topics already, which is pretty good. Oh, next one. Another one. It is the best thing the devs have ever did. Oh, kudos to you, brother Vortex. Kudos to you, Vortex. That is actually true. I don't like the cap on gathering that much. Once I played against 3 strong servers and only thing I could do was gathering to earn points. Oh, well, that is true. Now let's see the perspective on this one on the other side, okay? Like for example, they have nagsasaing ka, bro. Oh, wait lang. Anyway, so I just wanna add this one regarding the topic, okay? So there are going to be players who are disappointed or upset, okay, when this happens because as what was Sunkak is actually feeling right now is pretty damn okay because what he's thinking is that in some flags, like for example we are in a flag here, okay, and then you ported here, and then once the flag is torn down or it was destroyed, your buffs are going to be puffed off, right? Because that's what will happen because it's no longer your territory. Okay, so what they're saying is that you can easily be targeted by krakens and whales, right? To be honest, there is a huge or better solution if you're going to ask me. For example, this adjacent flag is up against this adjacent flag. For example, this adjacent flag here. Where is it? Where is the flag? Okay. So let's say this is our flag. Alright? And then here on this flag, we are fighting this flag here. We are fighting this flag. Do you think as a free-to-play player, low spender, mid spender, you want to position yourself here on this flag, which you know, once it is down or it is destroyed, you are going to puff your buff or your shield out? Of course not. What you're going to do is you're going to move to the next adjacent flag, which is this one, for example. You have flag here, for example. Of course, your other players who cannot really fight krakens or whales or be in that position to move out right away, to move right away of the position, or maybe cannot stand being swarmed by krakens or whales, what you need to do is go to the next adjacent flag. And then same goes again. If you want to adjust, move again to the next flag. For example, it was destroyed and your krakens and whale needs position, or they already have placed something here. You just move to the next adjacent flag. That's actually pretty easy to do, you know? The only thing that you cannot do really is to go to a flagless area. Like for example, there is no flag here and you ported here, your bubble will be popped. But anyway, you get the gist. So I think that's the only solution that you can do because you cannot always get there, right? If for example you're going to sleep, why the hell are you going to leave your city in the most adjacent flag next to an enemy flag, right? So if you're going to be AFK for a while and you're not going to be able to help or fight, ask someone to get your spot. Okay? Ask someone from your server, from your alliance to get your spot because you are going to sleep, you're going to be AFK for a while, you want to preserve that spot. Ask your alliance members, get my spot, please. I'm going to go AFK. I'm going to sleep. Right? That's actually what you can do. So during fights, during war, I advise that all players who cannot stand or who cannot survive being attacked by Kraken on their city should not be on the most adjacent flag next to the enemy flag. You should be on the next adjacent flag next to your main flag or your closest flag to the enemy flag. That's what you can do. And also, if you know that you cannot participate a long time, maybe you want to get to the next flag after that one and you want to pop your buff there, or maybe if you're not going to be participating at all in that fight, maybe you want to get to a place wherein it's near to these flags wherein you can still help, but it will take you a while to walk, or 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 let's place it like this. You are in the fourth or fifth flag or near your, let's say you are inside your city, and then your bandage camp is here. You can still fight without the risk of being attacked because you have your bandage camp there. And if you want to go to sleep, maybe you want to cancel your bandage camp or untick the box wherein you have your troops. When you die, it will go back to your city. That's the only possible things you can do as a low spender, free to play, mid spender that really doesn't want to be attacked by a Kraken. There is always going to be a way to do this, okay? Let's not be single minded here, all right? There's a lot of things you can do. So yeah, hopefully that will help. That is only some of the adjustment you can do, because there are other adjustment that you can do that maybe I have been missing. If there is, kindly leave them on the chat right now. Please tell me on the chat and also in the comments later on. Okay, let's read some spicy chats. Right. I don't like the cap on the gathering. Okay, I totally understand that. Temi says, Willist, I understand the justification behind the optimizations. I think this has the potential to hurt some free-to-play players who earn points through gathering and tribal raids. Well, that is also true. Now, devs placed cap on farming, so they will be forced to fight for points. That is also true. Just hope the cap is around 100 mil points and not 20 mil. Hopefully they will, because hopefully if they will place a cap, it's a cap that is actually reasonable enough for free-to-play players, low spenders, and mid-spenders to survive. If the cap is, I think, unreasonable, for sure, the CC team or us are going to have to ask the mods to actually help us reach the devs regarding this one, because it's easier that way. That path is easier. But we always aim for the balance in the game, and actually I think we did enough suggestions, recommendations, and actually we were pushing this to actually help remove or get rid of the bot problems that is happening, because it's really unfair, to be honest. If you are going to watch some of the live streams of these servers, you are going to be really pissed, because if you are in the position of the servers that are going after against these servers, you are really going to be so pissed that this is happening, because it's so bad. It's making the game look bad, and it's making everyone feel bad. Okay, next up, what we have on. Okay. The irony here is that these optimizations will favor Krakens and whales, and I think it'll be significantly reduce the participation. No, Temi, as I've said, if you hear or heard what I've just said right now, you can still participate in the battlefield. You just need to be smart about it. You need to know how you can move through to the field or in the field in the flags without actually sacrificing your city. That is actually the best part of it. Also, if you want to participate in the rally, just jump off to the other cities that is near the flag that is going to be rallied, or that's going to rally. That is actually another thing. Gone are the days that we are going to be lazy. Because the thing here is that if you are lazy, you always want to be on the flag adjacent to the next enemy flag so that you can be near the place wherein you want to actually port, or sorry, or you want to actually reinforce, right? And also you are near to the rally, or you want to be really moving around the map in order for you to gain points, to gain let's say going to farm or something like that. But you can do that even without going out of the flags of your own city, right? You can actually also do that. The only thing that actually is different now is you cannot really move to a specific place in the map that you want to without risking something. This is actually some of the problems of the players. We are always wanting something to receive, but we cannot really do something against the game's rules or something like that that will actually risk our own, for example, city or your troops to be killed, right? Like these are problems of majority the farmers. I will be blunt with this one. These are problems of the farmers that really doesn't participate in fights. Okay, because there are, and I'm going to say free to play players that wants to be farmers is good. It's okay, no problem about that one, but you just need to be wise here. It's not like the end of the world, because you can actually go to a place on the map wherein you have a flag or territory where you can farm there. Okay, it's not like the game is it's not like the game is canceling out all the possibilities of you to farm in the field. It's the game is only giving you a limited option to move around the field, but you can still do what you do best in your alliance to help out on the points through farming, through killing tribes. That is okay. All right. Now the only thing that is actually different is you need to do it on a flag specific region so that your buff or your bubble will not be removed or pop, right? But you can still do this. If you're going to be optimistic about it, there are a lot of places. For example, your flag is far off the TOR, tower protection, right? You can still farm. You cannot be your bubbles can't be puffed. As long as you are going to be wise about it, you can still do the things that you can do before. Only now there are limitations, but you can still do everything. Almost everything that you want to do. Something like before. But right now, the battlefield, of course, is being owned now by high-powered players. Of course. Yeah? Right? Can we picture it right now? Can we imagine things that's happening right now? Because that's actually what is happening. That's what is going to happen. The players who are actively participating in fights, that has even players that doesn't have that much power. If they are so active that they know, for example, the flag is off, they can actually port out right away, and they are actively in there, and they are not going to AFK. So that's one thing you need to do. If you are going to AFK, better not to be on the fighting flag. That's what I'm going to call it. The flag adjacent to the next flag of the opponent. You should not be there if you're going to be AFK on and off and on and off in a specific period of time. You should not be there. You just need to take advantage of bandage camp number one. This is going to be the much more important one is your bandage camp. How your leaders will position it, how you will use it in the battlefield for the advantage also of having your free-to-play players, low spenders, be very creative in this fight. Because if not, you're going to really feel the enemy, the opponent actually going to linger in your skin. But anyway, I'm just using those as analogies. But yeah, hopefully you understand what I mean, guys. But anyway, yeah. To be honest, it will not. For me, it will not reduce the participation of the free to play as low and low spenders of the events, because if they're really eager to participate and they really want to help, there are a lot of other things you can do to actually still do the things that you did before. The only thing here now is if you are willing to risk your cities, and if you are, you must not be AFK if you are in the fighting in the field. It's like in real life, bro. Like in real life, you are not going to place yourself in battle that you think you are not going to be able to give your 100%, right? You're going to be, for example, in the battle, instead of being a pikeman, which is always going to be the front lines, you should be like, if you want to be like an archer, you're fighting long range, then you should do that. You can do that. Same here. I think my analogy is bad, or my comparison is bad, but I think you know the gist already. So free to play player, low spenders, you don't need to worry, bro. You just need to be smarter than these assholes. I'm going to say it. You need to be smarter than these assholes who made these rules possible. They are the ones, the culprit of why you are suffering this much. But it's not a suffering, as I've said. It's not. You just need to be wise. You just need to use your smarts in order for you to still be at the peak or the level that you were doing before these rules were or will be implemented. Right? Okay, next one. We do pre-positioning on a plausible area where opposing players will likely plant and do citadel bridging. Now with bubble popping optimizations, whale will now take positions or reinforce your city. That is true. So as I've said, you just really need to be wise about it. You will always have those things. Even before, you know, you can always do those things. You place your krakens, your whales, to assist you, or maybe your other alliance members to assist you reinforce your city. It's going to always be there, especially if there are a lot of active players at the same time. Once they max out your city, even if you are rallied, attacked by krakens, the krakens will have a lot of damages. This is proven and tested already on the past DD, wherein even with just reinforcement, the losses of the main attacker actually has increased, and the losses of the city who is being reinforced will have less losses as long as they are reinforced most of the time, especially if you have multiple reinforcements. So that is also true from what Rexter is saying. So that's another way to actually do it. Vortex, yeah, I'm actually excited on how these things work, because of course all the participating players will have now the main field, all the high power players, because before sometimes we cannot really port to the place that we want to port, because some players that are actually not whales, not krakens, not even fighting sometimes, are taking that place so that we can just get the targeted area. Now, as I've said, we have also faced some of the servers that are using decoys or these stupid bots, wherein they place their citadel, like let's say maybe level 5, level 10, I don't know if it's level 5, but level 10, maybe level 15 citadel, that is placing them on the field and then bubbling up. So yeah, I think that those things are going to be good. But we cannot underestimate these pieces of shit. We cannot underestimate them. They will still find a way to make another cheap trick. It's what I'm going to call it, cheap trick. They're going to always find a way to find another cheap trick to have an advantage in the field. But for right now, at least we have solved a problem regarding the previous chip trick. But anyway, I'm just going to take a break for a minute or two and just prepare some coffee. And but I want to know what is looming around your brain right now, guys. Right now, everyone on you in chat, can you help me out and just leave any chat here on the chat so that we can have like a, let's say, an attendance. For those of you guys who are here, who are still listening, if you if you could indulge me and just leave anything on the chat right now so that I would know that you are still here with me. And I'm not talking to ghost spirits because I'm kind of afraid of ghosts and supernaturals. I may be big, but when we're going to talk about ghosts, bro, it's on another level. Even though I'm big, I can take on other people, but I cannot take on ghosts. That's supernatural, out of my league, brother. But anyway, yeah, I'm just saying this just for fun. But you if you get me, you know the gist already. Yossi break. Tinigilan ko na ang pag-yossi, brother. At ako ay hinika. I got my asthma, bro. Remember, I'm just going to drop a random life event from myself if it's okay with you, chat. So I'm just going to drop it here. I'm a nurse, okay? I've been I've been a nurse for 6 years. I have experienced the pandemic, and to be honest, I'm one of the first nurses in our hospital to actually deal with a COVID patient. And during those times, really, my body is actually good. I've been doing Muay Thai. I've been actively participating in gyms and everything. So I'm very fit, right? Now, when the pandemic hits, I'm still fit though. I'm still fit, but we always have this mask on. Now, these are not just your regular mask. These are N95. It's like strapped on your face 24/7. Sometimes my shift is like 16 hours to 20 hours, and I have this, and what we call it is N95 mask. It's securely, like a super tight, securely on your face, so that there will be no air coming in and coming out of your face or your nose and your mouth. And it's really kind of like suffocating at times, especially when I am wearing my hazmat. Like, bro, every time I wear it, it's like, how many hours of that? And inside that hazmat suit, I'm always drenching on sweat. Like, after a long shift, you are drenched in sweat. Then your body cannot really inhale and exhale oxygen because of this mask that is tightly wrapped in your face. And then you are in that hazmat suit, as I have said. You are drenched in sweat after the shift is finished, and then you are so tired, and then you're going to just rest for 4 hours, then do it again. So I've been doing that for almost like a few months because some of our nurses fell ill of COVID also. So yeah, I developed asthma because of that. Because I'm always drenched in sweat. We are in a cool environment because we cannot be on let's say I'm in a cool environment because I'm in a one of the top hospitals in the Philippines. I work in one of the top hospitals in the Philippines, but I'm always drenched on sweat like 4 hours, and then I cannot breathe like normally because of it. And after a while, maybe a month or so, I developed, like, first is acid, what do you call this, acid reflux. Um, and then after that, I started developing also asthma. And I didn't know it until like a year after everything has passed, but I thought it was just from acid because that's what the doctor told me. When I went to the ER, I almost did pass out from lack of oxygen for multiple times, and the doctor said that I was just having like these episodes of acid reflux. Like, what the hell, man? Like, sometimes when I sleep, I kind of like feel like I'm suffocating, that I will die because I cannot breathe. And then when I go to the ER, they always say, like, this happened like 3 times in 1 year. They always say that my oxygen saturation, my breathing, everything is normal. And then maybe it's just because of the acid reflux. That acid reflux. Now I developed this asthma after that, and only was well aware of it only 2 years after, or 1 year after I resigned from my post. So I just finished my contract from this hospital, and then I resigned and just do freelance work, because I'm also a digital artist. So I did freelance work instead, because my lungs can't really take on the nursing job anymore. Because I will continuously lift patient and do other stuff in the hospital, and it really requires like good physical fitness, if you know what I mean. So after I got this asthma, until now I still have it. So sometimes I'm out of breath. Even in some of my live stream, you will hear me out of breath, like right now. But anyway, I'm just sharing it with you guys. But before, I was also a smoker, but right now, yeah. Um, but I'm pretty sober from smoking for roughly a few years before I developed my asthma, though. So yeah, it's just a little fun thing to add here. But anyway, doing dailies. Okay, Vortex. We're afraid of ghosts. I bet you've been so many in the hospital already. Oh yeah, we have a lot of stories in the hospital, especially if you are grave in a graveyard shift. Oh, you're going to hear a lot, but you're going to get used to it. But I never seen ghosts there. I've never seen ghosts, because I told the ghost that, yeah, I can't really stand ghosts, so please get away from me, so that I can do my work. Okay. Ipra? What's that, Rexter? You still have to wear that now? No, no, no. Vortex. What I mean is during the pandemic, like, let's say it's still a year. A year, even after, since the pandemic break, it's been a year. So that is 1 year of wearing hazmats. 1 year. Even though the pandemic is kind of contained, we still wear hazmats if once we're dealing with COVID patients. And in the department that I work on the hospital, we have mostly hazmat stuff. Yeah. Ah. Oh, are you a medical personnel or doctor, maybe, Rexter? Q15, really? 3 doses? I do have my salbutamol though. But I only use it for extreme cases, like not really extreme cases, but rather some cases that I think I am out of breath. And then I also have my turbohaler with me that I use every day, like twice a day. But sometimes when I don't have enough turbohalers, that's where the hard part goes or starts. Medj, Medj. What if I know you, Rexter? What if I know you somewhere? But I have been out of my medical gig for roughly, let's say, 4 years. I think I've been out of the medical field for 4 years. So yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. Okay, hopefully, you guys are still awake, up and running. Oh, dismissed official. Am I dismissed? I thought I was dismissed already. But I told our leadership, if they need a spot there in the leadership, I can move out of the leadership. I can still help. And yeah. But anyway, Mesha, PRN mo ng salt. Tapos, Symbicort. Tupap, pwede na PRN din. Yeah, I do PRN the Symbicort, yeah. But well, my previous doctor has issued me or subscribed like two Symbicort per day, 2 puffs in the morning, and then if I really have shortness of breath in the evening, I can also puff like 2 more, and then I have my salbutamol with me for emergency. But yeah, and Filipinos have this tendency to not really do this religiously. Like Sometimes when I don't have money to purchase, Symbicort, which is that my turbo healer. Um, of course, sometimes I omit, I not omit, but I kind of like not purchase or don't purchase Symbicort, and instead I'm going to prioritize, like for example, groceries or whatever we need, like bills or something, because Symbicort is like 1,500, I think. And well, right now YouTube money is not that much for me, but it's still paying the bills though. So my YouTube money is enough to pay the rent, and then mm, yeah, maybe some groceries, the rent and groceries. But yeah, medical personnel are the worst in taking. You know it. That's why. That's why. Hello, welcome to our squad, Nim Bonarak. Welcome, welcome, Nim Bonarak. Sorry for butchering the name, but welcome. I appreciate you for subscribing, brother. All right, all right, all right. Hey, Rex. So, okay, we're going to talk about now the Stellar Dynasty because I really love this event now. I really love this event. Like, we're going to talk now about the Stellar Dynasty, and I'm going to show you guys some of the progress that I have already made, and I would recommend for you to also be um, prioritizing. Okay, now so here maybe you are not familiar with whatever it is in here, but we have experienced this in the Pioneer server, although I think I have mentioned most of the important things about the Stellar Dynasty in some of my previous videos or live streams. And we're just going to actually pile on the information right now so that you guys can actually have a better experience with the Stellar Dynasty. And so you also should know or would know my opinions and my experience and reaction about the Stellar Dynasty. First of all, I'm going to say it because I already did it in a short that the Stellar Dynasty do really slaps. Okay? It slaps, bro. I mean, I like this event. I like that they have unified or centralized the store for all these events. So that, for example, you have missed the store on your elephant, on your golden elephant, you can still use those points or those coins from your elephant here in the Stellar Dynasty. That's what's good about this one. That's just one of the good things about this one. This is way, way better from the old Stellar Dynasty. I'm just going to say it bluntly like this. I'm going to use a basketball analogy or metaphor on this one. Let's say that the Stellar Dynasty right now is freaking Luka Doncic, right? And the old one is freaking Larry Bird. Okay? They are both good. They are both good. All right? But this one right here is an offensive monster, if you know what I mean. They are both so good. But this one right here is an offensive monster. I call it an offensive monster because it is so let's say this one is so like aggressive when it comes to giving out points and giving out contributions, and in the process this one also has a store that is pretty good, that every free-to-play player or low spenders, mid spenders, whoever you are, will enjoy and will be able to actually get what you need. But there is a pitfall here, there is a trap. Okay, there is a trap in these stores wherein I don't know if someone already told you about. Okay, all right. Okay, let's go first with the store because I know the players would love to know what is in store for them. What is at stake? What is really going to happen if I do this, right? That's actually what everyone is going. Looking for Pinoys, guys. Welcome, welcome to the stream, Creed. Well, I don't understand the analogy because Kobe lang sa kalam. Oh yeah, okay, Kobe, and Well, Kobe and Shaq, okay? Alright, both are good, but Kobe is way more of a Mamba than Shaq, but more championships, right? But anyway, let's move on here. We have the Dynasty store. Now, there is a pitfall here, as what I call it. There are a lot of rewards. Ooh, exciting for everyone, right? Everyone is going to rejoice. Free to play players. Oh, I can get this. I can get this by farming. I can get all of this by farming. Now, that's where you're wrong. You cannot get all of it. You're too greedy, huh? You cannot get all of it. Alright? That's the first pitfall. You think you can get all of it. Alright? That's the first pitfall of this one. But I'm not going to say that you can't. But hear me out. Before you are going to be excited, before you get yourself excited on the stores purchasing, speed ups, let's go purchase everything. Okay, let me just stop you there. There are a lot of things here, yes, right? But for me, my advice to you guys is it's not going anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. Test the water first. Know how far you can get, right? How far you can get to in order for you to actually know how much points you need in order for you to get to the certain area or rewards that you want to purchase, right? Next up is what Vortex says. You need to know what you need to buy. Prioritization, number 2. Sometimes player has a tendency to purchase or impulsively purchase things that they don't really need. Like for example, they saw a key, but they don't need a key right now. Alright? They need speed ups right now. Then they go to the key. There will always be keys here, to be honest, and also torches. But let me say, if you purchase the key here and you are still or you still have a lot of keys and torches in your inventory, and then you missed out on the opportunity to purchase on the speed ups. For example, you don't have enough to purchase everything. Now you will end up with keys and torches in your inventory. And you missed out on the speed ups that you could have used. And your keys and your torches will be useless and just sitting there in your inventory because you cannot freaking adjust or advance your research or your building or whatever it is that you don't have enough speed ups. What's happening to your keys and your torches now? They're going to be useless, right? So that is another pitfall in this store. So as I've said, you need to know your priority. That's the only thing you need to purchase here. Do not be someone who is just impulsively buying stuff and then after the fact of doing everything here, you will be the first one to actually complain that this store sucks. Maybe the store doesn't sucks. Maybe how you play or use the store or purchase from the store, that's what sucks, right? Maybe how you treat the store is how it sucks. Okay, I'm not saying you suck, bro. I'm not saying that you suck. I'm just saying, let's be wise about this one. I'm a free-to-play player. I'm a low spender. I need to be wise on everything you do. That is why I know a lot of you guys are here in the channel because you want to know first or you want to see first for yourself. And you need advice on which you need to actually pursue. So this is also something like that. You need to prioritize what you need. Not just because I said you need this. No. It depends on what you need on your account. Every single player has a different need. Just like you in your personal life. You have every single player or people have different needs in their life. And also they have different stages in their life. So just like that, this one is also something or some sort of like comparable to that. So for me, there is no such thing as advice on what to buy. The only thing that I will tell you is be wise, number one, and know your priorities. If you're going to get your keys and your torches, make sure you already have enough speed ups in order for you to use those keys and those torches. Because others are going to tell you, oh, the priority here are the keys and torches, and then you, as a player who doesn't know that you can actually just keep your torches and your keys in your inventory, are going to waste your torches and inventory because you cannot use them because you have no speed ups. So what's the priority there? Is it the keys or the torches? No, it's the speed ups, right? So it depends on each individual progress in the game. Okay, so as I've said, this is a pretty much good store. Even the amount of rewards, 8 hours for 20 pieces of 8 hours, that is 80 hours already. And almost all of them are pretty much achievable. So just be wise. Now here in the conquest store, you need to level up your conquest in here, which is like your island tactics, although you can only get it to level 40. But what are you doing right now? Go to your conquest, go to your island tactics, start your island tactics, because this is actually what you need right now. If you haven't yet started your island tactics, you are missing out because you need to already have this 40 pieces of your distribution or contribution coins in order for you to have 40 pieces per hour, and also unit capacity here per hour. This is the one that you use in your deployments. I'm going to show that to you in a bit, but you need this too. So if you haven't yet started your island tactics, then you are far off already. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But anyway, as I've said, just start it right now. You should be at level 40 right now. Prioritize this. So it's like your old island tactics. You can get more contributions if you already are at level 40. Once the level 41 and up is open tomorrow, make sure you get to that level. Or if not tomorrow, maybe whenever they will be open, just check it out every single day so that you can increase your contributions that you can get per hour. Okay. Now, the rankings though are pretty bad, to be honest. Because look at this. 2 seconds, bro. 2 seconds. What the hell? What the hell? How can they kill off everyone in 2 seconds? I don't know. They just touched it. They just touched the troops. I think I have like I kind of forgot what rank I am because I don't see it anymore. But I should be able to see it at least here so that I would know. I think I am like in the 8 seconds, maybe. I think I'm in the 8 seconds part here. But you can see the level of competition already looming here. You can see the competition. You can see the competition, right? So make sure you are already in your level 40 in your island tactics. Now, these levels of your island tactics is pretty important because you can also unlock the store, conquest store, which is this one. So this has like conquest level. For example, you have finished your 60 levels, you can now get the gem chest. Okay. So as I've said, your contribution coins are pretty much important. So you need to think what you need, because here in the conquest store, that is also what you're going to use as your currency. Another thing is here, the rewards are more important than the first achievement store. You know why? Because some of them, like for example, your gems. Your gems, you need your gems, right? Especially free to play, low spenders. Especially this guy right here, raw iron. 600 raw irons. I don't know yet how much this would cost, but I know pretty much as one of my free to play players, as one of my accounts, my alt account is a free to play player. I need raw iron, but that is not a priority, to be honest, because you can get raw irons through rallying tribes, right? But still, having that much extra is something to really think about. So you need to be really wise about purchasing in the conquest store versus purchasing in the achievement store, because they are two different bodies of let's say rewards. wherein the first one is more of the speed ups and everything you need in order for you to progress your research. Here, this one is mostly focused for your progress in your with your heroes. So that's what I'm going to I'm going to differentiate this one. The achievement store is more focused on your progress on your research. Now on the conquest store, it is more focused on the progress for your heroes. Okay? Because these are mostly hero-oriented rewards. So that's another question you need to fix in your mind. Are you going for research or are you going for your heroes individually? Okay, but for me, prioritization is research, then heroes. If you have yet your heroes, like let's say in the battlefield, and you're only like missing researches, because research is pretty important for me, honestly speaking. There are T8 players that are pretty weak in research, and I think I'm one of them because some T7s that I know of are actually killing me. It's true. If you have seen my video yesterday, I have shown someone from server 12 who I cannot really beat, but it's always somewhat close depending on the situation. But yeah, as I've said, there's T7 players out there that has maxed out their purple research already, and there are T8 players who have rushed their T8s without even upgrading some of the important stuff in the purple research. Your purple research doesn't need to be maxed out. It just needs some of the important things like your might damage reduction, strategy damage reduction, normal attack damage, normal attack damage reduction. Those are the things that you cannot skip, in my opinion, before you go to T8. And I have been doing the purple research now, prioritizing it after I got the T8. And once I'm finished with those things that I have told you, I'm going back to upgrading my T8 for my second lineup. Okay. So now the level store here are pretty much different because this is or will depend on your kingdom rank. So once your kingdom rank is opened or everything here is opened, you will receive 170 hero medals. I will repeat that. 170 hero medals. Imagine that. That is like in the span of 1 month and a half. Plus, imagine that you have your BIP, you have 20 hero medals per week, which is 7 weeks times 20 is 140 plus 170 here. If your kingdom reaches the end here, you have like 200, 300, 310 in one Stellar Dynasty season if you are always going to purchase the BIP legendary hero medals. If you haven't reached that part of the BIP, you will at least get 170 just from this event. Just from this event, as long as your kingdom is pretty much active. So, yeah, and on top of that, you will get skill scrolls and, of course, planishing hammers. But those are just plus. For me, the most important thing here for free-to-play players also are the medals. Especially right now, we have new heroes, and I desperately need also hero medals. Okay, let's just be frank about it. We always need hero medals, but it's not always the priority, as I've said. But this is freebies though. Consider this as freebies, but you're going to use your contribution coins in here. So that's actually the thing you have to if this is not going to be, if you are not going to be able to max out everything here, you really need to decide upon which you're going to really focused on like purchasing. Okay, all right. So as you can see here on top, since we are already here, this one here you can get from the golden guardians and everything. This will now change your thoughts on the golden guardian, right? Because some players like me before, what we do with the Golden Guardians is after we finished it, we cannot get more points. Why bother to attack another Golden Guardian? It will only waste TP and everything like that. And you will only get like, let's say maximum 100 coins per Golden Guardian extra chest, right? But here it's quite different. It's quite different because here, as you can see, the Golden Expedition coin can be dropped also still by your Golden Guardians even if you have already finished the points, right? So until you max out the chest, I want you guys to do max your chest because it's for me it's pretty important. So even if you max out your points on the Golden Guardian, attack more Golden Guardians so that you can get the chest for your Golden Expedition event. Especially if you're a free-to-play player, those spenders, I don't need you to teleport in all parts of the map. What I need you to port in on is a place in the map wherein you can do multiple Golden Guardians. It doesn't matter if the Golden Guardians is level 30, level 25, level 20, as long as you have multiple on your map. And then wait for a few hours again for them to respawn after you finish them all off, because it's going to respawn again in a matter of a few hours. So that's the technique wherein you only need to get to use like 1 or 2 teleports in order for you to get to that specific space. But you need to be wise though, because if you port in the enemy territory, that's not going to be the problem. So you need to be wise about this one though. Alright, next one. Okay, so this is pretty much easy to get, you know, just participate in your Wonder Contest. And don't enlist in the Wonder Contest if you are not going to participate. That's actually the only wish of a lot of leaders in certain alliances. If you are not going to participate in Wonder Contest or BOD, just don't list or enlist. Okay, but right now I think this is pretty much important, so I think more and more players will become active when it comes to really participating in Wonder Contests. Now, here is another thing. The Primordial Dew, you can farm this during the Primordial Conflict. You can farm this. Free-to-play player, you can farm this. As long as the Primordial Conflict starts, you can actually farm this. Another one is also this one. Now, the Primordial Essence is quite different because you can get this from the... What do you call this? There is like an event in the Primordial Conflict wherein this is going to have like a timing every day. It's like twice a day, wherein there is like a treasure hunt event. Like, but this treasure hunt event is on a specific part of the map and also a specific server, because there are going to be 4 servers in one Primordial War, wherein there is going to be a random selection of which server there's going to be a warehouse, I think, or whatever it's called, or treasure house, or primordial house, or something like that, or workshop, primordial workshop, in a specific map or in a specific server, wherein you're going to actually fight for territory, wherein you can get the primordial essence and also some primordial juice. But once there is a primordial conflict starting in your map, there is always going to be the primordial juice, and this you can exchange here for your contribution, dynasty contributions, which is like 1,000, because you can actually farm this every day for the next 24/7. I think 24/6, 24/6 or 24/7, because I'm not sure if it's 6 days, 5 days, or 7 days. But you can farm this 24 hours if you want to. There are going to be level 1, level 2, level 3. I'm not sure if there are level 4s, but yeah, you can do it. And while you're farming this primordial juice, you are getting buffs for yourself and buffs for your kingdom, because there is going to be amounts of primordial juice that you have farmed, wherein those that you have farmed it with has a corresponding buffs for you and for your kingdom. So it is pretty much important for players to actually farm the primordial juice, and this is where grinding is pretty much important. That is why I think free-to-play players, low spenders, mid spenders, are going to love this. Even without fighting, you can get your primordial juice. You can max it out if you have also great gatherers. You have more to farm. You will get more contribution points because of the primordial juice. In the process, you will also help your alliance because as long as you farm, if in the end, before the final fight, your server has the highest farm primordial dew, you will host the primordial final fight in the IC. You will host it. So you will have the advantage also of the buffs. You will have extra buffs on top of the buffs of unlocking the buffs that you have unlocked through your primordial conflict gathering. On top of that, you will also get extra attack buffs and defense buffs, I think, during the final battle. And another thing that's great about that is you can use war machines because you are the host of the primordial final fight. It's going to be like an icy fight. And also in that fight, there is also going to be workshop, where in those workshop, you can also fight inside those workshop to get your primordial juice and primordial essence per second, something like your treasure hunt event. Besides attacking the IC, of course. But anyway, that is just like a an early preview just for you guys. So as I've said, free to play players, low spenders, you can be you can use your best ability to grind and get primordial juice, because I know a lot of krakens there. Some krakens are not going to really farm that much, because let's face it, krakens do purchase bundles for a reason, because they have money, right? They don't do grinding, they don't do this stuff here. And most of us who really needs these points without purchasing anything will really do the grinds here. And in the process, you will help yourself because you can get more contribution points, you can get more rewards for this. And in the process also, you are helping your alliance and your server in order for you to win in this primordial conflict. Now, here on the ME points though, I'm not just sure how many we can still get from the Mightiest Empire coin, from the Mightiest Empire when it comes to the coins here. But I think last time I had like, I forgot how much it is, like 6k, 10k, 12k, something like that. Around that amount, I think that I have. Although you can exchange it for like 12k also of your contributions, which is, I don't know if it's a fair amount unless we experience it. But as I've said, as you get how at least how much you can get from each of the events, because pretty much everything from all the events are important in here. So yeah. Okay, so hopefully I did give you the best that I can when it comes to explaining the store in the Stellar Dynasty. Now here, as you can see, you will also get rewards, but this is like from your Stellar Glory event, where in the first prize, the first one on the rankings will have this rewards, Dynasty Emblem. You will still get this one, and it still has like a limit. I don't think that this is permanent. It's 42 days. And then extra dynasty contributions. Now these dynasty contributions will be for each individual, not just for the king or something. So for us, like for example, we are here right now, so these are going to be our, well, let's face it, these are going to be our frame and everything once this finished. So dynasty contributions also here. And then of course your celestial your Supreme Expedition Troop decoration. But I think this is a celestial something. But this they call it different now, I guess. Okay. So this is just the king rewards now, but before it was different. Oh, okay. Now this is something else. So we have the first, the second, and the third also, besides the king. But the thing here is that it is limited to 14 days. You have 14 days of chance to get your hands on the Supreme Decorations, or sorry, Supreme Expedition Troops, or Supreme Expedition Team. that you can use it for 14 days. For the first four, I think this one is on the rankings, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's pretty neat to have at least those to some of the other players so that they can experience the theme. Also here we have a weekly rewards. So week one, when you finish the week one on this spot, on this number amount of, like, let's say, rankings, these are the consecutive rewards that you can get. And then of course the first one, whoever is on top will have more dynasty contributions. So yeah, I think it's good that they have still extra weekly rewards like this one. So this will really be team effort for everyone to actually win at least on the top five, because these are not just based on fighting. There are certain areas to this one wherein you can compete or contribute in a way without even fighting. So yeah, everyone is important in here. Every contributions, every activity participations, for me, is important here. This is what I call a total grind. Mostly a total grind. So also, since we are talking about now the wonder events, the what do you call this? The dawn of the battle of dawn, dawn of justice. I'm going to say dawn of justice. But anyway, the battle of dawn. Since we are already here, I'm going to tell you guys that it's pretty much important now to actually try and win every single one of them. Unlike before, sometimes participation is only needed. But now I think it's pretty much important because the higher your ranking is, the more participation you have, the more wins you have for the Wonder Contest and Battle of Dawn, the higher your ranking as a kingdom will be, and the higher reward and contribution points you will get, or dynasty points, dynasty contribution you will get. So for me, as I always say, I use my buffs mostly on these kinds of events to actually win it. And I think now is the best time to actually use my advice, or apply my advice to use buffs, even if it's purple buffs for your troop capacity, or blue buffs for your troop capacity, or purple buffs for your attack and defense, as long as you have buffs that can help you out win the overall event of the Wonder Contest or Battle of Dawn, because you also have task to win at least one of those in order for you to get a certain rewards, and it is here on your personal rewards. So this is the Stellar Dynasty, or Dynasty Commendation. So you have here your achievements. Okay, all right. So you have personal and kingdom achievements. So on your personal achievements, there is going to be certain quests in here that you need to accomplish, and there is certain amount of points here on your left upper side of each quest wherein you can get those amount of points. So for example, here this is a conquest. Now complete levels 50 this season, so we are still at level 40, so it's 40 out of 50. But once you have completed the 50, you will get the 70. But before that, there is like 20 here, or 10 here, 20, 30, 40, and 50. I think, I'm not sure, I kind of forgot. But let's see, let's go first with the ones that we have claimed already. All right, so we have here spend empire coins. Let's face it, you are going to spend empire coins, right? So you can see here, if you spend 25 in total, this is in total empire coins this season, you will get 60 points plus 2k contributions plus speed ups. Now 20k, you also have consecutive rewards here, and then another 60 points. If you have spent 15k, you will still have this rewards here plus 60 again. 10 same, 8 same, 6 same, 4, 2, and 1. So those are the ones that you can spend your empire coins on. So it doesn't matter wherever you use your empire coins, but for me, I always use on the BIP to purchase hero medals. So I always get like 20, 30k per week for the empire coins. because it's really important. And don't worry, every after a week you will have like, let's say, 10 or 20k of empire coins, if I'm not mistaken. If you have been participating in the events for the week, you will gather around like 20k, 30k per week, depends on your alliance. Next up, we have Alliance Assistance also here. As you can see, these are the rewards that you can get. So it's pretty much given, and that these are pretty important. So as you can see here, the conquest also. So we are in 40, as I've said, 10, 20, 30. Sorry, this is 25. So 10, 15. Okay, so it started at 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and 40. And as I've said, you should already be at your max 40 right now, because if you are still not, you're going to lose some of the points that you could have gotten. Okay, so we also have here, spend another empire coins until 30k here. So we need like 2k more in order for us to get this one. And here, your speed ups, consume your speed ups. I think this is going to have more and more. I think, I don't know, I'm not sure about that one yet. But if you are in the MGE like me right now, even though you are not competing in the MGE, make sure that you spend your speed ups during the building, research, or training, in order for you to at least get this one, plus you use your speed ups in that event, and then you have extra rewards, right? Instead of using it right away. Because today, if you use it today, you will only get this one. You will not get extra rewards from your MGE. Unlike if you use that during your MGE, you can still get pretty much a few rewards in the process. So make sure you use the speed ups during the 4th day, I think, of the MGE. And I think it's going to be good after that one. So we also have here the assistance, as I've said, and I think that's the max of it. And then this merits right here, you're only going to get that once the fighting starts. And then participate here, as you can see, even if you just participate, you will get points, you will get contributions and speed ups. Also here, participate in the mightiest empire. Here, participate in the desolate desert. Participate in the golden expedition. Just participating will actually give you reward. Starful vein. I kind of like this starful vein right now, because I have like a tactic I do to actually get number 1, even if there are krakens and whales. Or maybe number 2, 3 sometimes, depends on the situation. But I have like a looming tactic that I use. But anyway, wonder contest here, participate in the wonder contest. Primordial conflict, see how much points you need, because it's achievable. This is achievable. This is achievable. You can get this also through your farming your primordial juice. Obtain 6 million, sorry, 6 million points in a single mightiest empire event. So this is not just particularly fighting. As long as you reach 6,000 points in any way possible in the mightiest empire, you can get the rewards. Okay, this is not just fighting. In the single desert event also, it's not always based on fighting, even in golden expedition. And then Starful Vein, and then Fate in a single. Okay, so obtain 1,000 Fate in a single Battle of Dawn is like points, I think, in order for you to unlock that one. And then Wonder Points, it's easier. It's easy to get actually 10,000 as long as you started the fight or the game with because sometimes there are players who were late in the Wonder Contest, so it's different. So make sure that you get that one. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it for the personal one. Now, the best part about that one is you actually are doing your personal rewards or personal achievement while doing also or getting also kingdom rewards. So here, let me just show you what we already have first. So we have here Dynasty Achievements. So 350 players in the kingdom completed 10 Dynasty Achievements. So the 10 Dynasty Achievements is what you have here on your personal Dynasty Achievements. So that is actually how much we already have. So these are 10. And then at least 350 players from your server should have done it. And then here, 300 players. And then here, 250 players. You can see how much we already are getting from the Dynasty contributions, which we can use. Imagine that. Now, another Dynasty achievement here. 100 players, 400 players in the kingdom completed 5 Dynasty achievements. Another 5 Dynasty achievements here. So as you can see here, this is a team effort, not just by you, but mostly the players from your kingdom or server. So most of that are actually those. Okay, level 10 here, 9. You can see how much we already have gotten from these events here with just farming and everything. And then here, what's this one? This kingdom achieved 2 legion victories. So this is Battle of Dawn. So this is where I told you that you need like victories in order for you to actually get some of the rewards. So that's why for me it's pretty important to actually use buffs during these events, because of course the other servers are going to want to win also to get this rewards in here. Especially it doesn't really matter if you use purple buffs or whatever buffs you have. You don't really need to always use the legendary one, especially if you're a low spender or free to play player. Extra buffs will help, but it doesn't really necessarily mean that you need your max buffs. But extra buffs will really help. Also here, Kingdom Rank 1 Primordial Conflict. Now this is not an assurance though, because you need to be number 1 in the Primordial Conflict though. So this is not going to be always an assurance. Kingdom Rank 1 in the Desolate Desert. This is another one that is not going to be an assurance. Golden Expedition. Reach 1 victory in Golden Expedition. Now, this can be achieved by your server. This can be achieved 100%. Now, the other ones are consequential. So, this is achievable. You just need to win. Also, this Mightiest Empire is achievable. And what is this one? 100 players in the kingdom completed conquest level 60. Also, it's not still open. So you can see here how much we can actually get by just participating, by just doing daily quests and doing all the achievements here, so that you can get your hands on dynasty contributions, speed ups, and everything. So in the process, you have personal growth, personal achievement. Then in the process also, you are helping your kingdom, and while doing it, you are being rewarded for it. So what else can you actually ask for? And those dynasty contributions actually gives you a freedom to choose whatever rewards you need. And as I've said, if you are just tuning in right now in the previous in the few minutes that I have been talking and explaining here, we have already talked about the stores. I gave all my advice on how you want to manage your dynasty contributions and how you want to use it in the store, and what are the advantages, disadvantages. So here you are getting your contributions already, and the only remaining thing for you to do is actually use your distribution points or distribution dynasty contribution, sorry, distribution dynasty contribution wisely. Okay, you can also see here the rankings for your alliance, and we are ranked 29. Wow, that's how competitive this one is. Okay, so glory records, you will see here all your kingdom records, all your personal records will also be seen here right now. So you will see here the record, how many tribes you have eliminated now, gathered, total eliminations in total for the seasons. So this will move as far as it can be once you have finished your achievements, your points or gathered points through the events, and also individually your total elimination, your resources gathered, tribe eliminations. So yeah, it's pretty much going to be good if you're going to ask me. And then if you want to share it with your squad or anything like that, or for your let's say alliance in Discord that needs your points, how many you have contributed, because sometimes they are um actually monitoring these types of events, so that they would know that you have participated or actively been participating in these events in order for you to stay in one of your top alliances. So that is actually very normal to most of the kingdoms. Also here you can see your Stellar Glory past well past Stellar Glory rankings. You can see here. So on the first one, season 1, wow, we're only fourth, then 2 seconds, one third, another third, another third, and then fourth. Oh, we won just one. Well, I'm not sure about that because in our server we have like, oh wait, this is era 12, right? I mean, like, why does it only show like one? Because I think we have like four. We have four wins. It's weird. We have four wins. We have four wins in that one. Like, because we did win 4 times in the Stellar Glory. And I don't know why we only have like one. Or is this just me? Is this just me? No, I don't think it's just me. But we won like 4 times already. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know why. But we won 4 times already because I am the second one to actually get that theme. And then we have Baal for the third, and then the fourth is actually Mani. So we have 4 wins already in our belt for the Stellar Glory. And I don't know why it's only showing like one. So I think there's a bit of problem showing on the records of the Stellar Glory. So yeah, I think I have already explained everything you need to know about the Stellar Dynasty. Also, there are schedule here that will be helpful to you guys so that you would know what is upcoming on the schedule. Like for example, today or this week, sorry, we have week 1 with a Golden Expedition, week 2 MEE, week 3 Primordial Conflict, week 4 another MEE, and then week 5 we have Desolate Desert. Now, you can see actually here that they have removed one Desolate Desert, right? Because a lot of players will say, oh, the Desolate Desert is actually, sorry, not Desolate Desert, Golden Expedition. The Golden Expedition is way too hard for free-to-play players or low spender to actually get points on because you're always going to be targeted. Your seat is going to be targeted by other players. Okay, so we remove one of the Golden Expedition and replace it with another one, Primordial Conflict. Now, in the Primordial Conflict, you don't really need to necessarily be unbubbled to actually participate in this one. You just need to be wise. This is, as I've said, like a TH, like an inter-server TH with the mix of an MEE, something like that. So, as I've said, you don't really need to be unbubbled to be fighting here. Just go to the position and place your troops there. And then if you have been attacked, then you get points. And you don't really need to be unbubbled because if you attack the enemy, you will be unbubbled. But if you have not been attacking them and they attack you, your bubble will still be there. So, yeah, I think it's a better I think it's a better event than the Golden Expedition. I don't know about you guys, but I want to know what you guys think about the change also here from the Golden Expedition to the Primordial Conflict. And then having still 2 MEE. And then finally, we got the Desolate Desert. And I want to get your guys' opinions about the new Stellar Dynasty. Is it good? Is it better than the Stellar Glory? What do you think is the strength of the Stellar Dynasty versus the Stellar Glory that we have before? And if you haven't yet seen our my advice on the store, just jump to the portion wherein I have been explaining it earlier, and I want you guys to really understand how this store will really be beneficial for you and what not to do and what is best for you as a free-to-play or a low spender in the store. But anyway, guys, I think that's it for the Stellar Dynasty. Hopefully, I got some feedback for you guys from you guys about the Stellar Dynasty, on your thought, on your suggestion maybe or recommendation of how this can be improved or if there is improvement. What do you want to actually see from this one? But yeah, if you are here in chat, kindly give me your reactions on this one and your opinions about this one. And also, if you are going to watch this after the video or live stream is finished, kindly do also leave some comments about this one. But anyway, guys, let's now dive into the chat again. All right. So, what's happening in the chat right now? Okay, sorry. All right. We have I don't understand the analogy because Kobe. Oh, sorry. I think I have already read that one. We need to buy what we need. Vortex, that is true. You need to buy what you need. You only need to buy what you need. Would you say hero medals are always purchase number one? Not really. As I've said, for me, I need to get those hero medals. For example, for this season, like the first one, I need the hero medals because I want to get Guan Yu, sorry. I need to get Confucius. So for me, my current thing or thought right now is to get hero medals, right? Because there's like 170 of those, and of course the excess contribution or dynasty contributions I will use for the other things that I really need. So that's how I will do it. Of course, your plans or maybe your focus could be different from mine. That's why I say that we have different priorities when it comes to which we need to purchase from the store. That's why my main advice is to be focused on what you need and be wise and smart on what to actually purchase. Okay. Do we have like chicken farm? Do I have a troop there yet? Oh, I don't have a troop. Okay. Alright. My asthma is acting up again. Anyway, for those of you guys who are just tuning in, if you want to check out the Stellar Dynasty, you can move just a few minutes back. And then if you want to see our reaction on the optimizations when it comes to the Desolate Desert and some of the events that, that focuses on porting regarding the bubbles and everything, we have also that. So I think you have to jump to around, let's say, 1 hour or something like that. 1 hour. 1 hour and 35 minutes. And then for those of you guys who want to check out our updates, news updates on the migration and everything you need to know today that has been announced on the Supercore chat, or sorry, Supercore messages, you can actually move or jump in for the past 2 hours. I think it's 1 hour something, and you will arrive on that one. For those of you guys who are interested in going or checking our video, our thoughts and suggestions when it comes to the new part of the castle facilities, I think you need to move to the start of the video. Okay, let me just give me a minute, guys. I'll just sip some good coffee and then I'll get back to you. Okay, sorry. Okay, now we're back again from outer space. All right. Okay, what's next on the questionnaires? So to distill everything, what? Either make a plan on what you need to buy, and since the store will be there for a long time, you can make a dynamic decision making as you progress and prioritize needs. That is true, Rexter. They used Asura strike the enemy troops. Yeah. I'm also a Ragnarok player, right? I'm like one of the old ones that has experienced RPG. The very first RPG, the very first Ragnarok online. We even do top ups, 20 pesos, 30 pesos, 50, 100. That was way back 2000s. Because of your reference, Rexter, I know that you are either an 80s or 90s kid, brother. Okay, what's next? It says how much it costs when you click on it. Raw iron is 50. My purple is 3 out of 5 and I beat T8s. Good for you, Vortex. As I've said, it doesn't necessarily mean that T8s or being a T8, you can always kill T7s. No. Or being a T7, you will always die against T8s. No. Because there's a difference when it comes to research. As I've said, there are important researches in the purple research. If you miss those, like for example, the might damage, the might defense or damage reduction, sorry, might damage reduction, strategy damage reduction, normal attack reduction. If you miss those, and those are pretty important things because those bonuses are based on percentages. So you need to get those before you move on to your sorry, to your T8s. Or maybe for me, I have skipped those before. So what happened was my renovation is not yet ready still, and then this freaking new research pop up, and of course I focused it until I hit before T8s, and once I hit T8, I immediately go back to purple to actually focus now on the specific damage reduction, damage increase or something like that, so that I can actually recuperate from what I was missing from the purple research. And as I've said, that is pretty much important. Prioritize that versus having T8s right away. Especially if you are missing out on torches, go back to purple research and prioritize those things that I've said. You can max them out to 5. I think it's only at 5. Those important ones, the might damage if you are a might hero, strategy damage if you are a strategy hero. But the damage reduction from both might and strategy, I think, is pretty much important. Especially the normal attack damage reduction. That will significantly reduce the damage of a Lubu to any of your marches, because Lubu's damage is not just based on might damage, but it's also based on normal attack damage, because their normal attack can do critical. Another one here, these Taiwanese servers are so active. Yes, they are. They are pretty much active. Pretty certain many whales completed the speed ups, or what? Sorry, Mr. Sticky, what is that? Pretty certain many whales completed the speed ups, or they're doing some sort of merit trade, if that's working at the moment for such high personal score. Oh yeah, true. I am also confused how they get to these points already on the Stellar Dynasty, because look at this. Look at the points already. Where is that? Sorry. Look at the points already on the Dynasty though. Look at this. They already have fucking 8,000 points. Where are they getting these points at? There is no Wonder Contest yet. There is no BOD right now. I think they are fighting on against each other on their server to get points. I think that's actually what they're doing. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure, but that is a possibility. Also, the speed ups, yes, that is also true. That is also true. The speed ups, maybe they have used it already. But don't worry, as I've said, you don't really need to use the speed ups right away, right now. Use it, since it's MGE time also, use it during the MGE 4th day. My reaction law. What the hell is that reaction? Oh my god, wait, hang on. Okay, so we have a poll running right now for those of you guys who hasn't yet voted. Are you planning to migrate after the update, and why? Well, actually, I don't know if someone has really answered the why, but we have here no, which is 47% majority. Staying put, okay. We have next one, yes, 26%, that's the second. Already planning. plan, or still not sure because they are just planning. Oh, but it's already yes, and they're already planning. Okay, okay, yes. And then the next one is maybe, maybe 18%, depending on the changes. Okay, that's good. And then the last one is waiting for more information. Okay, as I've said, they didn't really share with us how long we need to wait for the next migration, because they said it's periodically. What the hell does that mean? And then they answered it by saying it's seasonal, every season. Then what kind of season? Which season? Are we talking about Dynasty season? Or are we talking about server seasons? Because there is Dynasty season and there is server season. Server season is like 3 to 4 months. And then Dynasty season is like 1.5 months. So which is it? Is it Dynasty? Or is it, let's say, sorry, Dynasty or server? Another one is that if they already have announced every when this migration will happen, like straightly announce the date, or not the date, just the time. Let's say 2 months, 3 months, something like that. Just leave something for us to think about, especially players who really wants to migrate often, because there are players that always going to be like that. Or maybe they, after this migration, if they can't migrate right now, they should be planning already for the next one, because they need to prepare. All right, the preparation stage is always important. Some players love to have first the information so that they can prepare. Especially if you are going to charge the players for migration tickets that they need to purchase in order for them to move out, so that they can prepare to purchase those if necessary. And actually having the privilege to actually, or luxury to actually know when the next migration will come is a plus, honestly, for me. And I think the community will actually also said the same thing, to actually know that magnitude of information for migration will always help. 100%. That's actually a lot of players asking about is the next migration. Even before this migration, they always ask, what about the next migration? When is the next migration? So I think you will do the community a service, a good service, if you actually did announce how many months or weeks do we have to wait every other migration. Because let's be honest, it's not cheap to migrate, especially if you have a high power level. You need to really think of it before you are going to move, because you need to spend a lot just for migrating. Okay, next one. What did he says? Let me just check. Sorry, I need to translate something. What is it? Kayak. Kayak orang Indo. Like less Indo. Oh, okay. I understand now. Yeah, yeah, most likely. Maybe you find me in personal stellar. Oh, really? Nivayat? You are here? Ooh, where? Are you one of the top players who are here? Wow, Sitesi is only at number 8. Wow. I'm surprised, really. Fancy Karate. Oh, Nivayat, nice. Number 13, huh? What magic are you doing? Huh? How did you guys get to 5,000 right off the bat? Are you merit farming? Huh? Divayat? Are you merit farming, or are you using already your speed ups? Because those are the two things that I cannot do right now. So, oh, Emin, my favorite friend, Emin. We all, I think we have fought Emin like twice or thrice already, and then only once with Sitesi. And Fancy Karate like twice or thrice already. We have already fought with them. Okay. Who else? J-Dub. J fucking Dub. Sorry if my language is somewhat, censored, but yeah. Angry one. Why is angry one a little bit far off at only 40? We also faced angry one before with Sitesi for about, let's say, the earlier parts of the server, like maybe 3 months, 4 months that the server is out, or 5 months, I think, or 6 months, something like that. Once the ME started, I think they're our second opponent for the ME. Ragnar. Oh, I think I remember Ragnar. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Magic. I like the name Magic. Okay. Okay. Hey, what? What did you say? Yeah, the scores are crazy already. They're definitely doing some whale trickery. They're doing something magic. They're doing magic, bro. Like, what the hell are you doing, Deviat? Deviat is on top, what is it again? 13? 14? 13. Deviat. Just use easy points. Hey, Karate, welcome to the stream. Let's welcome Karate. Karate, how are you doing? You're using speed ups, are you? Right? Or maybe you are fighting with each other to get some merits or points. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm just speculating here. I'm just speculating. How did you guys manage to get more points right away? Like, can you teach us here on the stream right now? Deviat and Karate? And how are your other accounts, Karate? Huh? You can fight points from the same server mirrors. Yes, I think that's what is happening. Although I don't know if our new leadership will allow that, but I will suggest if others can. Is it like allowed to fight for T1s? T1s versus T1s? Like maybe T1s versus T1s, we can get merits, but then the merits are not that great, although. But still, the kills, the deaths are going to be there, I guess. If you're fighting against T1 also. Is it like a thing? Back from picking up the kid. Hey, Mr. Sneaky, look who's in our stream right now. Welcome, Karate. How's your YouTube channel, brother? I think it's more than 1K right now, right? It's for using Empire coins. It goes over 10M. Empire coins? Over 10M Empire coins? Okay. There is no cap for Empire coins? What is the cap, Kirate? For your Empire coins? 10M? My god. So if they're not going to give a cap on the Empire coin spending and also, well, actually on the killing it's okay, but on the Empire coin spending, that is absurd, bro. Like 10M? They should have like a cap for this one. I think this is one thing that we need to brought up, I think, Mr. Sneaky, right? I don't know. I'll know during ME. I stop at 9M. Okay, I see. But still, 10M, brother, is a little bit absurd when it comes to your to spending Empire coins. Doesn't affect server rankings and points. Ah, well, does it affect the? It doesn't affect the server rankings, really. It only like affects your personal points and then get more contribution points. Is that it? I mean, that dynasty contribution, right? Is that it? No, it's individual. Yeah, but I think you can still get contribution points. Sorry, dynasty contributions by doing that. It's just lets you get easy achievements unlocked for the better rewards. Ah, okay, okay, okay. As long as it doesn't really affect the kingdom rankings, though, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Do you know already how much cap of from gathering and points from tribes are already in I think in the game? Sorry, Mr. Sneaky. Do you already know how much cap do we have for gathering and killing tribes? I still don't have the info about that one though. You spend 3M divided. Why are you higher than Kirate? Kirate said he spent 9M. Although that's personal though, but still. But still. 3M? That's still a lot for us, you know? Like yeah, okay. At least we got that kind of info, you know. I still am worried about the cap though. I'm still worried about the cap though, the cap. For points. It didn't really show anything like that in Stellar. Even Trojan doesn't count towards it anymore. Boring game. Oh wait, how's your migration there? Sorry, not the migration, but your era, your karate. How's your era right now? You can also get the points. Sorry, what do you call this coins again? From your conquests, island tactics. You can actually get your this one, your deployment coin from your island tactics in your conquest. You can get these coins there. Boring for 9 enemies. He's in mine era 11. Oh, so you're both now on the same server, Mr. Sneaky. That's nice. Pretty cool. Wait, you're era 11? I think we are just next to each other. We're era 12 though. Okay, so please don't look for me when our eras face off, okay? I'm just going to hide from Mr. Sneaky because Mr. Sneaky is a Kraken now. Mr. Sneaky the Kraken. It's going to still be new for me, but well, Mr. Sneaky is going to be a Kraken now, so I'm going to hide from Mr. Sneaky from now on. Yeah, what do you spend 9 and 1? Oh, Yan. What did you spend? Oh, maybe the new baby. Oh no. What else can you spend your empire coins on right now? Ah, I see. That's why maybe is there already bundles of migration passes? No. Maybe he spent it on a different bundles though. I mean like not bundles particularly, but other stuff that has empire quest. But yeah, I'm kind of confused. Where did you spend your empire quest? Oh, alliance contribution, brother. Vortex. Alliance contribution, I think. Maybe. Alliance contribution. He's migrating out? Oh. I'm not going to ask the reason why, but if you're willing to share the floor is yours. The chat is yours. But unless you wanna share, I will not really um, second it. Max buys BIP store being BIP. Hey, BIP 18 is still wait. Ah, going to BIP 18 plus getting all everything that you is in the BIP 18. Really? Speed ups 18 mil equals 3,000 days. That's 10 fucking years. 18 million, 10 fucking years. I think. No, it's not 10 years exactly, but more close to that, like 8 years or something like that. Wait, who else is in Era 11, Mr. Sneaky? Who else is there? Whose Kraken is there? Because right now we have a few Krakens from 12 and 11. That well, I'm not really that familiar with them yet, but we're still we're hanging out in the chats in Discord. But yeah, we haven't yet shared a single fight yet for the server though. Are you in server 300 now, boys? No. No, we only use the 300 because we're Spartans. So we use the 300 mark. 300 mark? 300 trademark. Okay, what am I going to do, right? Forgot. Um, there's a few big guys, but migration, I believe we're getting someone around 500. Oh my god. My god. But I'm really happy that all the servers right now have like this ranking thing that only the top 8 servers are going to fight for the final, something like that. But anyway, at least the other servers are going to actually get what they actually like going to fare with. Like, I think it justify the means of having ranks because it also shows which server can fight which server in that in my opinion though, because sometimes contribution points though and rankings of the server is different from how they actually fight in the field and their capability to fight though. But it's yet to be explored right now, but we will know here after the first Stellar Dynasty. And as I think it's safe to say also, right, that everyone here in the eras will be able to migrate from any eras that is available here in the Stellar Dynasty. Not unlike before that we are only in groups, which I think is very restrictive in most parts, but right now I think it's pretty open. Mm-hmm. New Stellar 90% about KVK performance. That is true. That is true. That's why I think it's better now. And also, the matchmaking here would be better also because it's going to be based on rankings or performance on your Stellar Glory. And I think it's a pretty neat addition, which is there is 3 different what do you call this? 3 different events in the dynasty, wherein only the ranks only the rankings from first to 8 are going to be the ones who are going to be like in the final battles or something like that. But I do believe that some of the other servers are going to also have like it will be like some kind of division for each 8 servers, wherein those each 8 servers are going to fight with each other, I think. Yep, you got to be active in all events. 100%, brother. 100%. That is why I said this is a total grind right now. It's not like before, casually, just you play, you open up during events or wars. But right now, every single event is important, especially the primordial conflict, guys. If you haven't yet heard of it or seen the gameplay, you need the help of every single players in your server, especially the ones who loves grinding, because it's a total grind. Let me just tell you that it's a total grind. You need everybody's help. Because farming primordial juice is actually pretty important there. And as a free-to-play player, low spenders, you need those primordial juice extras in order for you to get your hands on more dynasty contributions. And in the process, you can use those contributions to actually purchase what you need in the store. There's a difference between what you want and what you need in the store, as I've said on our previous topic earlier. Make sure you are going to prioritize what is needed and versus what is want or what you want, right? What's your in-game name so I know who to look on the map? I told you, brother. I told you not to look for me. I'm going to get away. I'm going to move as far as I can. Hello, Gold Roger. How is Luffy? How is the world of One Piece? Huh? Tito, I heard that migration will happen every season. Yes, I'm actually trying to understand which season are they talking about. Like, is it season for the server, or is it season for the Stellar Dynasty? Because if it's the season for Stellar Dynasty, it's going to be every 7 weeks. And if it's going to be server season, it's going to be like 3 to 4 months. Depends on the situation. But minimum 3 months. Minimum 3 months. On top of 100 player, gathering counts in that KVK, not all. Yes, gathering really counts. Especially as I've said on the primordial conflict. I just want to know though the cap, because they didn't really mention the gathering cap and the tribal elimination cap still. That's the information that I'm still lacking right now. But overall, really, I like the Stellar Dynasty and the dynamic of the fights that we are going to have. I'm also excited on the primordial conflict because we only like experienced the first few days. The only problem with the primordial conflict is the time management. Like the event's time is actually if it's actually not that great, Like there are going to be times there that there are no players that are going to be participating on some of the fights. And the other problem there is that there's always going to be multiple flags that has the distillery or the workshop in the field. That's the only problem I think that we will have in that event though. But all in all, farming is actually tolerable right now, to be honest. I believe every Stellar Dynasty. Okay, so if it's every Stellar Dynasty, it will be like every 7 weeks. Okay. Oh, one more thing I forgot to mention is the Mightiest Governor event. Okay, so we have here now your Confucius rewards. Okay, so you can actually see here that you have until your rank 25 to actually get 10 pieces of the Confucius medals, or whoever is the MGE hero available during these times. Because I think next season we will have another extra MGE hero, I guess. Oh no, I think every MGE hero is already in here. Because these are 7 heroes and we are in season 7. So I think it's safe to say every MGE heroes is already here. It's already available. That is pretty damn neat. That is pretty damn neat, bro, to be honest. And then 26 to 50 will only have like 5. Although I'm not saying it's impossible to get to 50, but still, if you grind like 2 times in the MGE, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can get to the 50 every time. For me, still, you should focus on getting your resources ready, and then use the tips that we have, the content creators have, not just mine, but also the other content creators' tips regarding the MGE that it may help you during this time. So, but as I've said, there are different regulations per server um, depending on your arrangements with the leaders. But here on our server, the first ever MGE is free for all. So you really need to use your resources. And one tip from me to you, if you want to fight or participate in the MGE, make sure it's not the first one. Especially right now, this week, it's going to be pretty hard because a lot of players have a lot of resources from the previous event because it's a mid-year event. So that's why a lot of players have a lot of speed ups, a lot of resources, a lot of other things they can throw on you to get points here in the MGE. So for me, low spenders, mid spenders, free to play. If you want to really secure a spot in the top 50, let's say, top 50, you really need to think when you want to really participate in the MGE. It doesn't matter if it's third, fourth, or third, as long as it is in the season. There's no problem really. Or you can omit right now and wait for the next season if you are that patient, and then save up your resources now, and maybe next season you can get your hands on Confucius, or maybe the next hero if you don't want Confucius. Or so I think yeah, it's going to still be good though. Also, okay, all right. Sorry, sorry, my voice kind of changed. Anyway, but I think not everyone still are happy with the changes here because they are expecting to have Confucius at 5 star, or sorry, 5 star, 10 hero medals at rank 50. What do you guys think about this one though? You think it's only fair to have 5 from 26 to 50? Or do you think that it should be 10 from 26 to 50? So, I will leave that question with you guys here in the chat and just answer them in the chat. And if you are watching this from a replay, you can actually answer in the comments, and I'm going to respond to your queries also. And yeah, I think it's pretty neat that they have added the extras, because if you're going to ask me if I have fused or combined or merged 3 servers and there are 10 servers per each, it should be like at 30 at least. You have 10 at the 30th rank, and then it's okay for me, in my opinion, from 31 to 50 to have at least 5, because you are just combining or merging 3 servers. So those 3 servers are mostly like, let's say, 10 for each of the servers, just like the regular servers before. So I think it's going to be better if it's from 1 to 30. And then from 31 to 50, I think it's okay if it's 5, or maybe if they're going to be more generous, like maybe 35 is going to have 10, and then 36 to 50 is going to have 5. I think it's going to be more logical in that sense, because for me, the fairest they could have done it is like 30, because as I have said, there are 10 ranks or rankings for the MGE per server, and you have 3 servers. So for me, you should have like at least 30 to have 10 pieces of the hero medals. So that's just me. But if you have other opinions, I will be really glad to actually know what your thoughts are in this process right now. But anyway, that's regarding your MGE. But what do you guys think here on chat right now? Oh, no shot. You don't have super core karate. It's not the I mean thing on the left side, right? Yeah, next to your VIP area. Okay. Super core chat, lol. He has something else opposite side also. Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, you should have this. This is a super core badge though. It's a super core badge, but I think maybe you guys already have match up your WhatsApp. That's why you don't have it anymore. But I haven't really I think linked it again, because there's a problem when I linked it at first, but I already have linked it before. That's why maybe it's popping up again. Okay, Tito, I'm thinking of staying because 70% of the players are thinking to leave you. You know what that means? Free spots in the MG. That is a wise choice. That is a wise choice. Yoda is going to be proud of you. That is a wise choice. Okay, don't tell the others you are my favorite content creator. Are you talking about Mr. Sneaky, Divayan? Are you talking about Mr. Sneaky? They should have just made 10 medals from 26 to 50. Ah, Vortex, yeah. That is pretty neat if they could have done that though. That is going to bright up the day of everybody. Like free to play players are going to rejoice if that happens. Hopefully they will eventually, but right now, well, this is what we have. Oh, for those of you guys who didn't know, we got like uh we got Isabella. If someone in chat would actually like if someone in chat will give us a red super chat, I will actually 5-star Isabella because I have the hero medals right now. But yeah, I tried her already versus Theo and Charlemagne. Well, as I've said yesterday, based on our graphs, Isabella does deal a lot of heals, number one. But if you remove the tenacity, the heals will not really be there. Second off, the damage of your Ramesses really is actually cut in, let's say, reduced by 20%, 10% damage. I kind of forget how much damage it is. But the healing though is pretty good with tenacity also and everything. The only, as I've said, the only downside of Isabella is actually her signature skill because it doesn't have any scaling on it. I could have easily maxed her out to 5-star, but I kind of stopped at 3.5-star. 3.5-star because I don't really see the point of maxing her out. But I'm willing to. I'm willing to. There should be also rewards for plays in the 100 in the new to 300 in the new eras. There are so many players, and for free to play or low spenders, it'd be very hard to get a 100 plus plays in the MGE. Okay, Dominic. I don't know if you know about this one though, but I have, as I've said earlier, yesterday, I think, that it is still possible for low spenders or maybe free to play to actually do it. You just really need to pick your hero. For example, here right now, you don't really need to get these heroes right away because they're going to always be available in the MGE after this one. Because as you can see, in the MGE right now, you have all the 7 MGE heroes right off the bat. You have them all. Okay? So the only thing here, the only question here is, can an F2P player actually be patient? Because there are, and I think server or Empire era 20 era 12, and also from server 20 from our server before, this is actually a thing. There were farmers, long time farmers, saving up for the MGE, for months. Okay, and then they top the MGE, and they are freaking free to play players. So it's not an excuse as a free to play player to not be actually winning an MGE. It's only based on if you can be patient enough to save up, number one, also disciplined enough to save up, number two, and then also willing to really wait and be actually okay also on how to manage your account without spending so much speed ups and training. That's actually possible. So I think this player will actually be migrating out, I think, because he is actually red flagged on the server because we have rules, we have rules regarding the MGE. But as I've said, it's not impossible for free to play to actually get an MGE hero because it has been done in a competitive server. And I am there, one of the witnesses that it happened. He was number one versus the whales and the krakens who are participating in the MGE regularly. he got top 1. 158 million points. 158 million points just by saving up for a few months without even spending on the game. That is a fact. If he can do it, then there are also free-to-play players that can do it, even if you are not the top one, as I've said. If you are not the top one, so it's not impossible. So don't give me the F2P reason wherein you cannot be in the MGE. Number one, as I've said, it has already been done. Number two, as I've said, there are contents from our content creators, not just myself, that can help you. In addition to your saving up, to your discipline on saving up, also to your patience, that can help you have a bit more of an advantage on how to use your resources in order for you to win the MGE. So, as I've said, free-to-play players, it's not a reason for you not to win the MGE that you want to win if only you are able to save up and be patient and also plan how you can actually get to, at least now, it's top 30, top 25 to actually get there. Okay. What about other servers that are not botting, but win by activity? Are those servers being nerfed too because other people are cheating? They are not nerfed really. It's not really like that. I'm debating to 5-star Eleanor. 5-star Eleanor, and this Isabella, since I got 3 stars Napoleon at the moment and I could play it, but not got strat gems for both Ramesses. Yeah, that's true. Now the thing is that I want to know, Mr. Sneaky, also is how Isabella with Fear in the Napoleon March. I'm not sure yet, but I think there is a possibility it can be done with the Napoleon, but I'm not sure yet though. I'm not sure yet. Because as I've said, Isabella on Ramesses can work in the old servers. If you don't have Theo, Isabella can be the number 2. And then you have Charlemagne, for example. That can work. But if you have already Theo, I think Theo still is the better choice versus Isabella. So this only applies to the younger, I'm going to call it younger servers. But to the old servers like us, I don't think Isabella is going to work on the Ramesses March because that was requested. I think that was requested for us to actually do and test, and I had fun testing it. Like you already know, guys, I have shown you yesterday in the PvP, we have used Isabella versus we have used Theo in the fashion that we only have attacked only one player that we cannot beat really multiple times in multiple days to actually get data. And also we have done the graphs on Isabella versus Theo, and I think it's safe to say Theo wins just by having the data with us. But I will not say that Isabella is not good because her healing is a little bit better than Theo in a way. Okay, I'm not going to say it straight up because it's not the problem here, as I've said with Isabella. If you're not using your ability to actually upgrade your healing, like for example the tenacity, I only got like good heals because I'm using like armor gems on Isabella mostly. So yeah, I think Isabella can be used on the younger servers. But well, anyway, Tito, that new store in the Dynasty, will it reset every week or never until the time? I don't think it will reset. Also, if you ain't in a super big server like some of us top 10s eras, like I can imagine in 398, I could easily get in the MGE if I save as an F2P. That is true, Mr. Sneaky. That is true. What do you think would be the minimum points first MGE in this new era? I don't know, because here in our era, the thing is it's a free for all. So I'm not sure what cap they're willing to take or they're willing to actually do to get the first rank. Because I haven't been with the other players from other servers before. In our server, maybe I think if it's server 20, I think it's around, let's say, on the first MGE, I think it's 100 mil, something like that on the first MGE. That's the top one for sure. For this MGE right here, I still don't know. I don't know how much they are willing to actually spend on this one to actually win the first rank. Because sometimes, money is not an issue for some players, right? And sometimes there are players that can actually do purchase or actually spend money to get ahead, and they want to actually be number one. There are players that has that kind of ego. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that there are players that has that kind of ego that for sure will want to be the top one. There are players like that. So I'm not sure yet on how things will go right now on the MGE because it's a free for all. We don't know what will happen. Sometimes shit happens, and if I am proven right, and there are things that actually are focused on what I have said just now, I think it will be more than 100 mil. It will be more than 100 mil. Yeah, I mean, you can save up speed ups, but in the meantime, you are not competitive with other F2P low spenders in the PBE event, and you will perform very bad in the meantime MGE. Okay, so that's actually the thing. As I've said, you need to actually organize first your account. That in the process that you should or you can actually participate in the events process, or at least helping your troops, and then you can be satisfied with that for a while. And once you are, or I think you are able to constantly participate in your server, do the regular events and everything, I think you can still save up though. You can still save up. But as I've said, the MGE heroes available is always going to be from T1, sorry, Season 1, S1 to S7, or even in the S8 if you're going to go there. But still, as I've said, it's not going to be impossible. There's always going to be a way. There's always going to be a way. The only impossible task, I think, is for a free-to-play player to beat a Kraken. That's the only impossible task that I think is pretty much given. But other things, there is nothing impossible unless if that possibility is actually in there, at least like, let's say, even if it's a 1% chance, there is going to still be a chance. So yeah, I think we covered up everything that I want to cover today. Like, we have a lot of things that we have talked about in the stream, and I'm happy to actually reach this point in the stream right now that you guys are still here with me. Oh, for those of you guys who hasn't yet liked the video, please do like the video right now so that it can help us with the algorithm. But anyway, I save up until season 3, but when Ramesses, I said F him and ditch him. I guess Lubu and Warrior Swords is the way. Oh, yeah. Because for me, it's hard to actually not spend on Ramesses because you're going to really need to spend on him though. Like, just a few investments though, it's just really necessary to actually max him out in a way. Not just the stars though, because for me, 5-star Ramesses is really important. In my opinion though, for him to be really for him to be really dominating in the field. Yeah, I think this first two MGE may be pretty high in scores. So I'm aiming at 3 and 4. Same here, same here. The MGE that I think will be best for me is the fourth one or the third one also. Because for sure the first and second is going to be crazy. Especially, we just came from a mid-year event wherein there has been a lot of spending, and then multiple, since there is a buy one get one event, there are multiple purchases for sure that has a lot of resources, speed ups, whatever it is, and a lot of those players who have purchased are, of course, are going to use those purchases and resources in the MGE, especially players who need Confucius, and it's safe to say there are a lot. of players who are actually gunning for the MGE, not just Confucius users or tactician swords or tactician archer users, but because of the availability of the other MGE heroes since season 1 to season 6 that they have maybe missed on, they will, of course, get their hands on those heroes from the MGA that they still need because they are still relevant. Look at Ashoka. He is still freaking relevant right now. One of his traits that's going to be really good this season is fighting off against control heroes like SL. Or maybe you want to actually fight off some other heroes that has a lot of debuffs, like maybe against your Hannibal with William and DJG. It's pretty absurd, really, but that March is a freaking good debuffer. So maybe you want your Ashoka to be against that one. So we don't know how the other players think of these builds, but I'm sure there are players in your servers that are not only gunning for your Confucius, but also are gunning for other heroes from the previous MGE. That is why it's not best for free-to-play players, low spenders, mid spenders to be competing on the first two server MGEs. And actually, it's a good thing that you just wanna test the water first and see what's happening in this first MGE, because this is the first MGE after, as I've said, mid-year sale bonuses, and also after the server merge, which is pretty much important data in my opinion, to be honest. Tito, can you explain to me how our season, what do you mean? How our seasons and this new dynasty work? Are they connected to each other? What do you mean? Um, can you be more, can you give me more details about the one you're asking, sorry? Xox says, hello Tito, I'm currently teka. Teka, nagtagalog si Kuya. Wait lang, Kuya. Okay, so we have Xox TV here. Welcome. Welcome to the streams. For those of you guys who are just tuning in, welcome to the streams. Maybe some of your questions are already answered from our previous discussions earlier. I'm just going to tell you guys the time frame, or what is timestamps, okay, of our topics. So we have at the first hour of our video, we have the topic about the new castle facility, the castle facility 2. That is on the first hour. On the second hour, we have the topic regarding migration and all the things you need to actually know about migration and the new events. It is available there in the second hour of this stream. The third hour, sorry, another part of the second hour of our stream is actually regarding the new rules on porting during such events like your DD, and I also gave my input about it. I also gave the reason why this happened, and I also gave you advice, guides, and suggestions on how you would use this information to your advantage in order for you to still do what you always do during DD and still be effective and prevent your krakens and whales from attacking your city and having to pop your bubble accidentally. Okay, we also have the Stellar Dynasty at around, let's say, 3 hour-ish. I have explained everything you need to know there, given my guide, my tips, suggestion, recommendations, everything everything you need to know, so that you can be able to actually get the best out of it. So those are the timestamps if you want to check it out. All right. If currently you are in season 4, season 4 is like Cyrus. Fit is Barbarossa fit for Cyrus, or is it Boudica? Pros and cons. Okay, so in season 4, it's safe to say you have already Mansa Musa. So Cyrus, for me, Boudica is going to say goodbye to that. I think you haven't yet watched our video regarding Boudica, but sorry. But in that March, my best advice is, and everyone here on stream, I think, is going to actually also second this. Um, you can actually do Cyrus, you can do Barbarossa, and you can do Mansa Musa. Those three heroes. I will just unlock T18 during speed up day. 1k speed ups and see if I could unlock MGE hero during training day. Oh, you can unlock MGE heroes during training day? Okay. What you mean is you want to use your speed ups during training day. That is why, especially if you're a T8, that there is an advantage there if you're a T8 because there is, I think, more points for T8s right now. If I'm not mistaken though, because sometimes I'm wrong. So if I'm wrong, just tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, so T8's now 150. As I've said, more points for T8s. Okay. Next up, we have, for example, season 3, 4, 5, 6. Ang daming season, eh? But anyway, so when the season are changing, will the dynasty end also, and the new one might start, or okay, so I think I got what you mean, Gold Roger. So the server seasons are longer than dynasty seasons, same as before. Your stellar glory is actually stellar glory seasons are shorter than your server seasons. So your server seasons run for around 3 to 4 months. Depends on the situation or if there are events or something like that. But your stellar glory or your dynasty or stellar dynasty right now will only run for 5 to 7 weeks. So that is around 1.5 months or a little bit more than 1.5 months, but that's the timing. So your dynasty is going to reset first before your season ends. So there are two. It's safe to say, I think, that there are going to be two stellar dynasty before you move to the next server season. Sorry. Okay. Xox TV. Oh, why are you deleting your messages? How can we read your messages, brother? But anyway, guys. Oh, for those of you guys who are interested in our what do you call this? Fun funding. We have a running goal, and our running goal is we will oh, what is this? Oh, if we reach our goal today, we're going to actually participate in the MGE. Even though I don't have enough resources, I'm going to try to participate in the MGE. Only if our goal is met, though. Only if our goal is met. Okay, so we also have here our poll for today. We have 93 votes. Thank you very much to the 93 players or viewers who have voted on our poll today. So we have, are you planning to migrate after the update and why? So maybe not just so much for the whys, but we have still no for 48%, leading staying put. Staying put. We also have yes, already planning at 23%, although maybe depending on changes is actually also almost at the same percentages as your yes. And then the one that is the lowest is actually are waiting for more information. Okay. All right. So I think I just wanna share with you guys also some information that maybe some of you guys still don't know, because I was asking Catherine a lot of things lately, and I think it's a good thing to maybe share some of the information here. All right, let me just okay. All right, what is this? Where is that? All right, there is actually oh, wait, where is it? Okay. So I asked Catherine regarding the Peaceful Haven because I've seen some players use it during the what do you call this, during the Pioneer server, two Peaceful Havens. And in my mind, Catherine answered me before, sorry, that that as long as there is no word in the description as not do not stack, that it will stack. But the thing is, when I ask her, can you confirm that Peaceful Haven, when casted by two different heroes, will stack? Okay, so they answered quite late. It took me a while. Okay, okay. So here's the answer though. The Peaceful Haven effect doesn't stack. Okay, it only refreshes the duration. Then I followed up on that one. Even if it is or was casted by two separate heroes. Yes, that's right. They can't be stacked. Okay, so because there are a lot of players asking about this one, so I'm just sharing this with you guys. One more thing on Roland, because Roland is coming, and Mansa Musa. Does their Odyssey damage increase and damage reduction stacks? Okay, dear Governor, Roland and Mansa Musa's Golden Odyssey ability can stack. Now you know. Huh? So that's why I said that Mansa Musa and Roland can work together also. Sorry. Okay, one more question here. Okay, so I have asked about Isabella and Theo because I tried them also at the same time, and I I kinda noticed that Isabella deals more healing with both of them on the March, and Theo did only like half, or let's say one fourth of the healing that is available or that is done during the fight. Sorry. Okay. So I said, for example, the healing skills of Isabella 1 and Theodora in the same instances in the same march, if they heal at the same time and consecutively heal and receive only a few damage, is the question here is what is the healing threshold per second? Like if there are two healers and they heal at the same time, how much healing would I receive? Now, it also took them a while before they answered this one. So, apologies for the wait. Okay, that's not really there. Okay, this is the answer. Dear Governor, there is indeed a cap, okay, of sorts, okay, on the healing amount. That is, you can at best, so this is what they said, at best recover half of your lost troops per turn. That is why, if you have noticed, for example, you only lost like 10,000 troops. The only max healing you can get is actually at 5k, but that is max. There's percentages to this. But also, you can notice the longer you are in battle, and if you die, you will have more healing. Sorry, than the player that is actually alive. Even if that player is actually like let's say 10% health, you will always have the higher healing if your healing is good. So yeah, I think that's the. I have another question, and I think it's somewhere here. Okay, so I asked her because I have two natural selections that I've got. So I'm actually testing still with using two natural selections, but I have this to ask her. Can the natural selection special effects for adornment triggers two effects at the same time because of sorry, natural selection? The answer is here. Here is what they said. If the description of the ornament, they call it ornament, okay, effects does not include cannot be stacked, okay, or similar wording, it generally works by stacking, okay. But you know what? I kind of missing, I think, an information because I was asking if the special effects of the dormant triggered two effects at the same time. Because the natural selection has two effects, right? It's either damage for your commander or either damage reduction. And it says there that the effects triggers independently. So in my own explanation or understanding of this one, it means that like your natural selection can both can activate both of the two at the same time, or can activate only one. Because in some of the effects in the game, like for example, your Ring of Falcon, it has like also multiple effects, right? Number one is healing, number two is defense. Now it says there that only it says there in the description itself. It says there only one effect per activation will be activated, but it wasn't mentioned in the natural selection. Although they said that uh, the effect triggers independently. So in my mind, it's quite different from the Falcon, right? So for me, my understanding is it can work or it can trigger at the same time or it can only trigger one of the two. What do you guys think about that one? If you have the natural selection, what do you think is the effect of it? Does it work together at the same time or does it only trigger one of the two? Okay. Sorry. Anyway, guys, do you guys think I have something missing from my topics for today? I think I pretty much covered everything that is new in the game right now, and I think I have pretty much covered also what you need to know. Yeah, I think I have everything covered up. Oh, we are still waiting though for the hero reset. Okay, they said we will have a hero reset at the 28th, and also the conscriptions is going to be at the 29, sorry, 29. So don't forget to check it out again regarding the conscriptions and the hero reset. So for those of you guys who still wants other heroes from the previous seasons, the conscription is going to be available together with another hero reset that has 3 hero reset again. In I think it's April 29th. So don't miss out on that. It's going to be pretty much very useful for those of you guys here. Okay. Um, Tito, did you do a video about the leaked heroes except season 7 confirms one? Cannot say. Yes, I already did that before, I think, but I haven't really followed up on that video because I think they are going to be strict regarding leaks anymore for us. So if you want to talk about that one, you can message me on my Facebook, which is at TitoBods, or also on my Discord at TitoBods. Tito, more info regarding this down dynasty. I'm from server with 0 extra. Tripod. You can go to you can jump on the, let's say, 2 hours of the stream, 2 hours and 14 minutes of the stream, and I discussed everything about the dynasty, the Stellar Dynasty in there. Everything you need to know, every opinion, suggestions, recommendations, or guides or tips, that everything, as in everything you know, everything you need to know. Sorry, everything you need to know is discussed or was discussed in there, so that you will have the proper information regarding that one. They are made. I have anyway. He said I have 1,700 days of speed ups. I hope it's enough for top 3. Oh, that is a lot, bro. That is a lot. Hopefully it is. If you have, let me just give you one tip. But I have, if you guys want to check out our videos for the MGE guide, just hop onto our channel, and then once you are in the channel, just look for the videos or the playlist that says guides and tips. I have there 4 videos regarding the MGE that will help you each day of the MGE. So we have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4 to 7. So maybe you can use it up to help with your MGE competition, or by competing in the MGE. Okay, so I think my suggestion to you is to use your universal speed ups on training. So your focus is training day. Use your universal speed ups on your training day, and then make sure you have buffs from your kingdom, number one, and also additional buffs from the city if you can, and move to the region wherein your city or you are in the city with the buffs, so that the 5% extra buffs will take effect. So that's the one of the most, I think, or the best advice I can give you regarding your speed ups. 1,700. You can actually stretch that to more than that, to be honest. If you have the buffs, as I've said, for the kingdom buffs, you also have the extra buffs from your king buffs. So there are different buffs: king buffs, kingdom buffs, and also your city buffs. So those are like, if in total 25% of extra training speeds. So that's a lot. Okay, that is a lot. So you need to take advantage of that. And then make sure you use your universal speed ups for your training, and use it during day 4, I think, day 5, training day, so that, because that is the best day to actually gain points, because that's the highest points you can gather in the entire event. That is the best day to actually get points. When is the reset? Did you know that we have a hero medal reset in season 1 when we first entered the game? So during the first season of our experience in the game, we have a hero reset that also gives medal. But the problem is, if you use universal hero medals and give it to the hero, they will give you back the medals, but the medals are just for the hero. It's not universal hero medals anymore. That's the problem. Also, there was a bug during the first hero resets wherein you can use those hero resets to your advantage for the MGE. Like, when you reset your hero, you can gain all the resources of the hero, right? And in the MGE, you can get points through upgrading your hero's medals, right? And also your hero's skills, using your skill scrolls, right? So that actually factors in during the first season, that we have the hero reset. So there was a bug before like that, but right now it's not here. I'm just telling you guys so that you would know that that thing happened. So as I've said before, there were hero medal reset, but only hero medals will be given to you, not universal hero medals. Bro, should I push to BIP 12? I have 570k, and to push VIP 12, I need to spend 390k. Keep it in mind, I only play Lubu and Mia, so I will chill this season. So no new heroes for me. Oh, okay. Alright. Can you verify for me what is in BIP 12? When you open up BIP 12, what can be available for you to purchase in the VIP? Okay, dito I'm entering season 4, and I will make Timur 3 so that I can throw out Guan Yu, then run Lubu 5, Timur 3, Attila 3. To add, feel free. Make sure your Attila is 5-star. Make sure Attila is 5-star. I would rather have, this is on my alt account though, but this is my main recommendation. I would rather have a Lubu 5-star, an Attila 5-star, and a Jiaoyan 5-star than having Timur. That's why my next advice to you, Gold Roger, is Lubu 5-star, Attila 5-star. Okay, yes, I already have 4 out of 5 T8s. So, what do you mean 4 out of 5 T8s? Oh, okay. So the points are no problem. Renovating town center level 5 and doing all the final parts of the purple tech. Oh, that's good. Good for you, brother. Good for you. Rexter says same goes for skill scrolls. Before using skill reset scrolls. Before? What do you mean? Same goes for skill scrolls. Before using skill scrolls, skill reset scroll. Yes, before. Well, honestly speaking, yes, as I've said, I think I mentioned this already. That before we have like a bug wherein if you reset your heroes, everything you can get back everything, as in everything, even the hero medals, but not the universal hero medals. Those are going to be transformed to your hero medals only. And then before you can use those resources again for your heroes in order for you to get points in the MGE. You can do that 3 times. That's why before the MGE is absurd because if you have hero reset during the MGE, you will have a for example, you also have max heroes with max skills. You will have a lot of advantage. Luckily, we don't have that anymore. Yeah. Okay. Never spent one imperial coins on BIP level. Ah, you mean you mean like empire coins? Nice. I'm still BIP 15, I think, or 14. I'm not sure. I forgot my BIP 15 still. I'm still at BIP 15. Okay, wait, that one. You know what? I've been saving up a lot of iron meteorites, but after doing the math, I can only get like um 3 million to 6 million points with all the savings that I have done. So tomorrow, because tomorrow is like the forging day, right? And I was trying to get the 100 or 200 pieces of forging. I can actually do that, and I can only get like 6 million points. That is pretty low, to be honest. That is pretty low. I mean in the MGE. Yes, okay. Yeah, brother, but I hate the wheel. You hate the wheel. It's like gambling a lot with Empire coins to get hero medals. But I mean, if you go to, if you use your Empire coins to get to 12, are you going to be able to get the hero medals there? I mean, BAP, what is that again? Because I cannot see anymore what VIP is going to unlock which. I think this is VIP for 15, 14. I think this is 14 or 13. Am I right? Is this one going to be available at VIP 13 or 14? Can you check that out for me? So for me, basically Timur isn't much benefit, but what about Vlad Cavs? I would say Vlad Cavs are almost like the same with Attila, but I would rather not use Vlad. I would rather use still Attila. In my opinion, Lubo Attila Jiaoyan, or and also you can do a Jiaoyan Lubo Attila, which is going to be better for me in my opinion. I think that's just my opinion though, because that works for me. I don't really need Vlad anymore. Some players are going to say they have way better damage with Vlad. I'm not going to argue with that. But the question is, does it still work with Attila? Yes. Do you need Vlad? No. Because you can actually get almost the same if you have an Attila. Why do you need to get Vlad? That is another waste of Empire coins. You can maybe want to be different. If you want, I can support you with a Lubu Jiaoyan DJG, or maybe Lubu DJG Jiaoyan. I can support you with that. But having Vlad anymore, do you still need Vlad if your results are almost the same as if you have an Attila? I don't think I would get Vlad anymore because I'm going to waste Empire coins because I'm focused on Lubu. I still get the same, almost the same results if I have an Attila versus if I have a Vlad. Why would I rather spend another Empire coins getting like 600 hero medals to get Vlad rather than staying with Attila, saving up my Empire coins, and maybe there is going to be way more better heroes in the future like William Marshall to be in the hero pool than Vlad. So why would I spend that much Empire coins or hero medals on a hero that I know there will be better ones? Because you don't need him anymore. Like if that hero is like generational, for example, Cyrus, I would exchange Cyrus. on the Lubu March if Cyrus is that kind of hero. Like for example, Jiaoyan. Jiaoyan is also a generational for me in the Lubu March. That is why you remove your Rani, you remove your Timur because of Jiaoyan. Because there is a lot of difference if you use a Jiaoyan versus if you are using a Rani, and versus if you are using a Timur. So he is very much needed. That is a there's going to be a huge change if I use a Jiaoyan versus on what I have before. But if you are already getting almost the same exact, I'm not going to say the same, but rather almost close to what you can get from a Vlad on your from your Attila or from your current March, why would you rather get a Vlad rather than just using what you have right now? It works like if you have a Vlad. So I don't really get the point of getting Vlad for low spenders, free-to-play players. That's a waste of Empire coins. That is a waste of hero medals. I will stick with Lubu, with Guan Yu. Sorry, not Guan Yu, but with Attila and with Zhao Yan. And I will skip Vlad. I don't need him. Why would I get him? Right? That one hero medal, BIP 12. One hero medal? Oh yeah. So okay. So I think you need to go to VIP 12 because for me, if you don't want to gamble with the wheels, you can always get the hero medals. So hero medals weekly is 20. Plus imagine if you have 5 from your PvP arena, that's 25 per week. And then from the events, if you have events during the week, you can also get another hero medals. So that's assurance of 25 hero medals weekly if you can purchase 20,000 Empire coins weekly. That is an assurance of 25, including your arena PvP store. How activation Ramesses signature skill so insane active. Can you clarify that? How activation Ramesses signature skill so insane active? What? Can you rephrase that for me, please? I need your advice. In season 2, alright, we were suddenly transferred to season. Suddenly, like how long are you in season 2 before you were suddenly moved to season 3? With Ramesses, I was planning to play season 2 on Miyamoto, so I only opened the carnival chest in Might 1. You mean like the VIP? Do you mean like it's the VIP? 2 weeks. So you're 2 weeks into season 2 and then season 3 already is available? Wow. That is an early jump to season 3, I guess. Yeah, what's your current goal? I mean, do you want what do you want? I mean, are you a swords main? And do you mean like the VIP chest? VIP chest of Miyamoto? Is that what you mean? Oh, I thought we are already open on the dynasty. Personal points here. Kingdom. Okay. I only got like 2. Imagine you have like 90k contributions and you want, what can you purchase really right now? Let's say I want to get something from the conquest store. I still don't have one though. But if, for example, I want 20 of this, I'm still missing. Like, I need 100k. I need 100k in order for me to get like 20 pieces of legendary hero medals. 100k. Okay. Okay, but it's not impossible, as I've said. It's not impossible. Tito, this is something I suffered. They throwed us out of season 2, only 2 advents of Lubu. Uh, don't worry, don't worry. You will still be able to get Lubu in conscriptions. In conscriptions events and also in the, what do you call this? The hero expedition. You can still get Lubu there. Yes, announce for Align. Yes, I'm in Swordsman. Okay. I have 5-star Mia, 3-star Yodit, and Tribuana. And I want to play with Ramesses, but I don't have more gem chests. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. I think I kind of understand right now. So you want to transition from your Miyamoto to Ramesses, or you want a second march with Ramesses? Can you clear that up for me? Do you want to have a second march with Ramesses, or do you want to transition from your Miyamoto to your Ramesses? You have only one Lubu Bill. Oh my god. That is not good. The GG is still best for tankiness. True, brother, 100%. Like I have faced a lot of Lubu that even if I can withstand the damage, the freaking heals, bro. The freaking heals. I have my DJG now cooking on my alt march. So I have my main as my Lubu Jiaoyan, Lubu DJG Jiaoyan, and I'm still cooking DJG because I just wanted to really explore on that option because I've been using Lubu Attila Jiaoyan for a while now since Jiaoyan was introduced, and I was really getting a ton of damage, ton of merits using it that way. I think I have gotten a few million merits because of it, because of the that march. Even though I am fighting up against like let's say 20-30 million higher powered player than me and also sometimes T8s, I still sometimes win against those players. And the best part is that in the process, I do have a lot of merits because even though I lose sometimes, I still get like almost the merits. For example, they have like 15k merits. The merits that I can get, not 15k, like let's say 9k. I can get like let's say 6k from those fights and they get like 9k, so that's like 3k difference on the merits, and I'm still going to be happy with it because it's against a T8 or something like that. So yeah, I really love that one, but I haven't really fight with a Lubu, DJG, and Zhaoyun in the field, and I want to really experience it for myself and see how much exchanges I can get. But right now, my DJG is just at 3.5 stars, so I'm still cooking her, and I think I need, since I have rally, plus I have blood. What's that? Blood something. Boiling blood. I have those on my heroes. I think I still need though. I kind of feel like I still need the celestial spark ring in order for me to really dominate because the damage output for me is kind of missing still. Still, it's kind of missing still. Okay, what is your advice? Has two setups with Swordsman or Lubu plus Ramesses? Um, For me, if you want to main a Ramesses, you can do a Lubu as the secondary march. Number one is because Ramesses is using strategy gems. Also, their skill gems are for active and Lubu's gems are for secondary. So you won't really need to have to divide, for example, your might gems. If you're using a Miyamoto and a Lubu at the same time, you are going to divide those two gems because both of them are might, right? But if you're using a Ramesses, that is strategy, so you don't need to divide your might gems. So, also, although the disadvantage of this one is you're going to need to focus two lineups. But the advantage of that one, though, is you need to just focus which one, Lubu or Ramesses, as your main. The secondary lineup there, the advantage is that you can counter the counter to your counter. If you know what I mean. For example, you are Lubu. You are countered by a pikeman. You have a Ramesses. You can counter that pikeman. You can kill that pikeman so that your Lubu can dominate in the field. Now, if your Ramesses is being attacked by other swordsman or maybe an archer, you can use your Lubu now to kill those heroes that is gunning for your Ramesses. If you understand the analogy of what I mean, I think you would get it. So I think for me, Lubu with a strategy hero like Ramesses as a source, I think will work very good as a combination to your hero. Even if your Ramesses is your main and your Lubu is your secondary, you still need to focus your main. For example, you use your Ramesses, you need to focus all your resources on your Ramesses, and your Lubu will still be very, very useful in the field so that you can counter, as I've said, the other heroes that are countering your Ramesses. So that's actually the best route that I can actually share or recommend to everyone, even free to play and low spenders. If you don't have a Ramesses, as I've said, for free to play, you can use a Sunchu. Sunchu will work better. Will also work as same as Ramesses. But Ramesses will always have an edge though. But still, if you're a Lubu main, do you really need a Ramesses? Like, I mean, do you really need that edge also? Um, Two swordsman, it is very difficult. Okay, number one problem you're going to face is the equipment. You're going to have a problem with the equipment at first because you only have like a few. So you need to focus which of the two. And the other one will have a weaker equipment because you cannot really get a lot of equipment at the first few months of the game. So as I've said, it's better to have like two different marches though, but you can only focus one of them. Tito, these devs are devils. They intentionally made us new servers to rush season 2 because they don't want players to get that many Lubu. They know he's very good. No, I think they rushed some servers because what they did was they really want to pursue the merger, and then they want for 288 to 3 something, 300 something to actually be at the same spot also. So they all of them can actually um they can actually migrate from each other, so there will be no more groups. There will be no more groups. Can I use Ramesses Tribuana Theodora? No. No. Either I would suggest Ramesses Charlie Main Theodora. Don't use Tribuana there. It will not work. I'm not a Lubu main because I spent resources on swordsman research. Okay, you can use your Lubu as your secondary. As I've said, you can use your Ramesses as your main. Go get Charlie main and then Theodora. That will work. And then your secondary is Lubu. That will also work. Okay, squad. I think it's time for me to go today. Thank you for checking out this video. Though I really love what we have discussed here today. If you have any more questions, you can always find me on my Facebook page, which is at Tito Bots. Just look for me there in Facebook. And also, don't forget to also follow me in Facebook. If you haven't yet subscribed here on our channel in YouTube, please do so. It will really mean a lot to me. And of course, in exchange, I'm going to do help you guys with guides, with good contents, and also have or give you guys the best, like, let's say, content that I can give, and also some updates, hero analysis, theories, or something like that. And also, I will also be available in Discord if you want to message me in there. Although, I offer one-on-one coaching to players who have been already a member of the channel. But anyway, guys, all in all, I think we have already discussed everything that I think I want to share with you guys today. And hopefully, you have picked up something from what we have discussed. And I really do appreciate everyone who are still here on stream though. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Only Lagerta or CPU will work. Yes, that is true. So also you can also wait for Zug or Jugliang. But right now what will work is Ramesses, Charlie Main, and Theodora. 100% that will work. Then you have a secondary March of Lubu. So that there will be no two heroes that will actually fight for a gem or maybe fight for an equipment. that's going to actually be a problem if you have, like, for example, two swords. You will not have enough equipment levels in order for you to sustain that. But anyway, as I've said, guys, thank you for joining me today. I will see you again tomorrow if there is going to be new stuff coming into the game, or maybe the next day when we start the GEE. Wherein for sure I'm going to stream during those times, and we're going to have fun with the GEE. And we're going to test our new we're going to test the two natural selection adornments that I have on my Miyamoto. And for those of you guys who doesn't know yet, I kind of adjusted my account now. I'm using a Miyamoto as my main, and I'm waiting for Pyrus and Confucius to actually complete my marches. And also, I'm really eyeing on Pyrus, and will actually test him in the field. Hopefully, we can get him sooner rather than later. But anyway, one thing is for sure, during the GE, I'm going to be also streaming. And tomorrow, maybe I will have a video for you guys regarding this one. And for those of you guys who are not here, I think also the other players who were watching from another language, I think they need to know what we have discussed today. So I'm going to release those videos every 12 hours, I think. So it will be busy for me today until tomorrow. But anyway, I really appreciate you guys. If in any way you want to help our channel out, or maybe in a way you want to finance Tito Bods, you can actually always do some fun funding through our super chat, through our super stickers, through our channel membership, and also you can do gifting for Tito Bods to support us in our cause here in helping free-to-play players and other new players that really wants to know the gist of the game. But anyway, as always, squad, have a great day to everyone. And this is your Tito Bods. I will see you guys in our next one. And thank you so much to everyone who was here. Ciao!